Hello chaps, today I have the absolutely tremendous honour of being invited to partake in the parliamentary Minecraft server. Now if you cast your minds back not too long ago, Nigel managed to orchestrate a rather explosive Guy Fawkes gunpowder plot in the House of Lords, just ahead of his and Rishi's debate. Well, Rishi has given me a nudge saying that on behalf of the Conservative Party it falls upon me to exact revenge on our friend Nigel. So without further ado, let's show you what I have in store for him. So after working with a few inside sources, I've actually managed to locate the Grand Theatre where Nigel intends to make his speech to all of his supporters. Now, this is where things get interesting. I've devised a plan that's nothing short of brilliant, and it's going to be quite the spectacle. I assure you of that. Okay, chat, so as you can see here, this is where Nigel intends to make his speech. And I've actually gone ahead and crafted a trap door right here, and when the moment is just right, he'll fall all the way into the void and be trapped for eternity. It's a rather cunning plan, if I do say so myself. Anyway, chat, let's get out of here and wait for him to deliver his speech.
Hello, chat. It's finally time to deliver my speech, and I must say, I'm absolutely thrilled. Wow, that's a bloody amazing turnout from the lads. Anyway, let's deliver my speech, shall we? Oh, for goodness sake, not again. Boris was here. Who bloody invited him to the server? I bet it was Rishi. I'm going to get him back for this.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
We did, Joe. We did it. We did it, Joe. We beat Medicare.
You answered all the questions, Joe.
From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many, many time zones. This is the pre-stream, and it is between 10 and 4. So I haven't started sundowning yet. How have you gentlemen been?
I'm good.
I'm good. All right.
I've just been reveling in the mask off from the left.
Fuck you, I was right. Fuck you, I was right.
Yeah. Well, my camera's not plugged in, so I won't spin around on the chair. Yeah, no, I've been. Well, I suppose it'll be the top story of this thing.
We'll be talking about it.
We'll be talking about it, but it was a fun weekend.
I watched it at the office because I couldn't get the day off. So yeah, I watched it at my desk at work, and my boss is like, "Oh, how's he doing? Like, how they doing?" And I'm like, "Oh."
Do you really want to know?
So, his stutter's terrible.
Oh, you're only now noticing it after the last 5
yeah,
fucking years.
No, stutter. Anyway, let's jump into it, shall we? So, according to Mainwire, no 8th grader at LeBron James's Ohio High School has passed a state math test since 2019. So, not a single 8th grade student at a left-wing activist and basketball legend LeBron James's school in Ohio has passed the state math proficiency exam since 2019, according to a review by the local Akron Beach Journal.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, RC.
It's important to know. It's important to know this is a public school, so yeah, it's not a private school. He just gives the school a lot of funding, but it is a public school, and yeah, the kids are fucking.
You didn't.
The kids are retarded. Yeah,
It says he did. Yeah.
Costi, did you not? Seriously? Oh, once I saw Biden, like after his first answer, like I was just like, oh shit.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get there.
The Promise School was founded by James as a part of the Akron, Ohio public school system. Mm-hmm. The elementary school was intended to help students who had performed poorly in other schools. Like, Jesus fuck. What do you expect? When you take all the poorly performing students and shove them in one school, what do you think's going to happen?
Well, at least they're all in one spot.
Maybe new lows.
In addition to all the 8th graders failing math tests for years, only 11% of 8th grade students were able to pass Ohio's English exams.
That is so bad.
Jesus.
It's just
What
racist.
are the demographics of the school?
I couldn't find that out. I actually couldn't find I actually couldn't find the demographics of the school. Akron is like 54% white. So my guess is it's a black majority school. Which would make sense because that's the only reason LeBron would be getting involved in any of this.
Yeah, of
let's
course.
be real. He wouldn't be trying to help the poor.
Raise
illiterate
up black kids' voices.
Yeah, black kids'
Uvalde-
voices. 1, 2, 5, 11, 4.
I understood that reference. Uvalde School Police Chief Pedro Arredondo and another officer are charged with child endangerment over the school massacre that saw shooter Salvador Ramos kill 21. Well, there you go. There's something they and Nick have in common. The former Uvalde School Police Chief and another ex-officer have been charged over their botched response to the Robb Elementary massacre. Former Chief Pedro Pete Arredondo and Adrian Gonzalez have been indicted on charges of child endangerment in connection with the tragedy, according to the San Antonio Express News. Blah blah blah. 21 people died.
Is that
there's the former
19?
chief.
Is that 19 counts each?
Just 29. Just how many people died?
It's
19
just
students,
one-
2 teachers.
Child endangerment. There's 14. There's 19 students. Child endangerment and 2 teachers, right? So 19 counts of child
You would
endangerment.
think you would think there'd be individual counts.
Not one count.
I
He's
know,
taking
10
custody on
10
10
custody.
counts
10
of
counts.
abandoning, endangering a child, but has since posted bail. I guess 9 of them don't count.
Clearly.
Oh, you know what it'll be? It'll be 9 were killed before he got there, so he didn't endanger them.
Yeah, that's
people
possible.
after.
That's possible. I mean,
Hence
10
the-
that he could have protected.
yeah.
yeah, the
Yeah,
10
no, that's
could-
okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So half
know.
fucking body count
Yep.
was killed
You know.
after the police fucking got there, and they just waited.
Yeah. And he got there and
Jesus.
discarded his radios, as the article mentioned before. So, yeah, he rocked up, threw away his radios because he figured they were pointless. Like, motherfucker.
Really?
But-
How
yeah,
is it
so-
pointless?
He went up to the.
They're not.
Yeah, he meant earlier in the article. It's mentioned that when he got there, he discarded his radios. It's like right at the start, like on the first, like 3rd or 4th line. Scrolling down. Arredondo discarded his radios on arrival, deeming them unnecessary, as per the report.
Jesus.
So he discarded his means of communicating with literally every
everybody
motherfucker on the
else.
scene.
No,
it's not important.
Believing the
Just
shooter
the-
was barricaded. Yeah.
We don't,
This
I
would
don't,
like if you were one of the grand jury members, this would have been eerie as fuck. A tour of the now closed school.
bang, 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 bang. While that's all literally happening, you can hear the videos there. We've seen it all.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, we're all familiar with
Yeah, we don't need to recount the whole event.
Oh yeah, good. What's the maximum fucking sentence you could be?
No clue.
Consecutive. No. The one where they do it one after the other. Find
Yeah,
guilty on
that's
each and every
consecutive,
one of
yeah.
them, and then consecutive. So, you're not getting out of jail for, 400 years.
Just take him behind the jail and shoot him. Unreal.
No, let one of the parents shoot him.
Yeah. Like, I'm all for letting families pull the trigger or push the
Participate,
button.
yeah.
Yep. I'm all for that.
Yeah.
This
they have
San
the, they have the
Francisco-
right.
This San Francisco store owner's shop was robbed, and the city's response was to give him 90 days to fix the damage or face the consequences.
That's why Bashir says this may be the final straw for the family-owned store that's been here since 2003. Bashir also got this violation notice from the city after the break-in.
What's that say?
Telling him
An emergency call out by the SFPD has revealed a vehicle
MTR?
into building damage front door, a first floor corner door damage was observed door, framing portion of brick facade around door frame opening,
Oh, so
and
that's just
displacement
the-
of storefront aluminium
That's
door.
just the code violation.
No,
of
it's the unsafe building. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the it's unsafe
this
because a car.
This is a citation. For
Yeah, a car crashed into your
building.
building, so it's unsafe. You got 90 days to fix it.
You need to pay.
Well, it's corrective action.
You need to file a building permit within 30 days of plans.
Mm-hmm.
You need to obtain a permit within 60 days and complete all works within 90 days.
Yes, you get a building permit to fix the damage.
Because it's external and it's a commercial building and it's street facing, so you'd have to close stuff down.
Yeah, so let's rely on bureaucracy for 30 days, and then you got 60 days on top of that to fix. You obtain permit within file your application within 30 days, and then obtain a permit within 60, and complete all work within 90, or get charged,
or get a fine or another fucking charge.
Fine, charged.
He has
Charge
90
money,
days to fix the damage.
I think we're at the verge to just completely close our shops because the profit is not that great.
Leave California, man.
All we're trying to do is trying to maintain everything is expensive. Rent is up, employees are high, and then on top of it, deal with this.
Bashir says he puts what happened at his store earlier this morning squarely on the shoulders of city leaders. He's calling on them to hold criminals more accountable. But that's also what a store manager told us last year when this same thing happened to them last June. That's why Bashir says he is now considering just moving out of the Bay Area completely.
So police did tell Kevin they did try and chase the suspects as they drove away from the store, but they got away after crashing into a marked police car. Officers later found one of the cars abandoned nearby with possible stolen merchandise inside of it.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Wait, so they did a ram raid and then escaped?
They rammed through the front door.
And then they hit a car.
Loaded the car up with stuff and then hit a fucking cop car and then got away.
And got away. Like,
Jesus.
Fucking hell.
Worst city
That's
ever.
ridiculous.
Like California is so much worse than we imagine. They have like a mansion tax.
Damn.
I didn't know this. Like the city of LA has a mansion tax. So not Beverly Hills, because God forbid. But if you buy a house, if you sell a house in LA, and granted if it's worth more than $5 million, so if it sells for more than $5 million, you have to pay 4.5%, and if it sells for more than $10 million, you have to pay 5.5%. So, and it's to pay for homeless people
to get tents.
Yeah, maybe that's how they do it. And it's like, oh yeah, it brings in $54 million a year. And it's like, really? It brings in only $54 million a year? That seems like a wasteful tax.
That's only 5.5 million tents.
From Kmart. Anyway. Turning point UK says the Liberal elite at Glastonbury pass around an inflatable illegal migrant boat in the mosh pit. These people are actually insane, incredibly offensive to British people and the illegal migrants.
Should have popped it. Should have just put a cigarette lighter up next to it and just go.
Totally unrealistic. You know why? Because it looks like there's women. No, it looks like there's women and children on that raft.
Oh shit! True.
Hey, Tombolo. Tombolo says it's 5 tents. $10 million tents. Yes.
What the fuck's going on?
A man suffocated woman on her 21st birthday and buried her body in a Syracuse park, prosecutors say.
Jesus Christ.
I know, right? Syracuse, New York, a 21-year-old man from Ecuador suffocated a woman on her 21st birthday and then hid the body in a Syracuse park. The man buried the woman in a shallow grave about 15 feet from trees in Lincoln Park on the city's north side, according to prosecutor Alphonse Williams. The man was staying at an Airbnb diagonally across the street from the park. The man, Jahan Moise Chakguase Ilbis, was charged with second-degree murder and concealment of a human corpse. Chakwage Ilbis had traveled to central New York last week to meet the woman for her birthday. Happy birthday. Now you're dead. People tell prosecutors the two had gone to primary school together in their home country of Ecuador. So, Yeah, wonderful. He traveled to the United States last year and surrendered himself at the border. He was subsequently released and may be applying for asylum. Fucking Christ.
I just shake my head.
Yeah, like, what do you say? It's just another one. They just keep piling up. Wife poisoned her husband because he didn't appreciate his 50th party enough. A woman who planned her husband's 50th birthday party allegedly turned it from a celebratory occasion into a nightmare after sensing he was ungrateful. Michelle Peters, 47, is accused of spiking her spouse's Mountain Dew with Roundup weed killer because he was not appreciative. He wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. It's fucking Mountain Dew. The festivities
I
she
thought
planned,
that was already in it.
According to probable, that's why he's still alive. Her husband contacted the La Salide, who cares? On Monday to ruled that he believed he was being poisoned by his wife. He said his Mountain Dew tasted odd and weird, and he got sick shortly after drinking it. Didn't think much of it initially, but after 2 weeks began coughing up brown or yellow mucus, had a sore throat, vomiting, and diarrhea. Jesus. The man that said that Mountain Dew drinks he'd had outside their home in Missouri had a regular taste, but that the 2-liter bottles of the drink in his garage tasted off.
Wait, he kept
Took him
drinking
2
them?
weeks to fucking figure that out.
Wow, Mountain Dew's not that bad.
That led him to pull CCTV footage and observe his wife allegedly mixing Mountain Dew bottles with Roundup and returning the tampered drink to the garage fridge. The husband said that every time he put a new bottle in the refrigerator, Michelle would put Roundup in it. He gave the bottle of mixed liquid and the videotape to someone as evidence in case he died from being poisoned. How do you get straight to the fucking police, you bloody moron?
Yeah. Hey, coppers.
When he told Peter
Here's some evidence.
Sick, she allegedly replied that he probably had COVID and to stay away from the grandkids. Jesus Christ. Her husband, who has not been identified, said he suspects his wife poisoned him to get the $500,000 life insurance policy payout, or because she might have been having an affair. Oh, Jesus fucking.
Why not both?
Probably both.
Well, here's a feel-good story. Man bricked to death for making crude and sexual comments to young girls.
And his name was Dr. Disrespect.
Oh, fucking oof.
2 teenagers murdered a 24-year-old man who made crude comments to a pair of girls at the skate park. Jack Edwards made offensive remarks to the teen girls, propositioning them and making sexual remarks. One of them called a 13-year-old boy who cannot be named for legal reasons and returned to the park with 2 other males. Accomplice Kai Howard also heard about the remarks and arrived soon after wearing a hood and a mask. There was a confrontation, and Jack, who was 6'8", retreated to another part of the park where he took off his shirt and bag. He then returned to the group, goading them and flexing his muscles. They pelted him with objects, including a brick that missed him and broke in 2 on the ground. The 13-year-old picked up the fragments, handed one to Howlett while walking towards Jack, who was now trying to back away. They then threw some at the victim at close range, hitting him at the same time with some force. Jack had been released from prison on the day of the incident, suffered a catastrophic brain injury, and died 2 days later.
Well, I wonder what he.
So he was released. He was released from prison, and the first thing he did was proposition some underage girls.
Wait! Didn't that same thing happen, but with Kyle Rittenhouse?
Oh yes, that's exactly right.
Hang on,
Pedo just got out of jail.
One of the guys he shot.
The
or
Binger
killed.
guy. Fuck you, Binger.
Yeah.
Shoot me, Binger.
Zelensky.
Shoot me.
Rosenbaum.
Was it Rosenbaum? Oh, so it was the one. Yeah, the first one he killed. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd just
got out
been
of jail.
released. Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't from prison though. That was from jail. Like he was in the drunk tank.
No, he'd. Well, okay, maybe, but
He had served prison time, but he'd just been released
for being a nonce.
Yes, that's right.
So.
But he'd just been released for something else because he still had the bag of what is it, of toiletries that they gave him at the jail.
Yeah, it was he was released because of DV or something. Something related to his girlfriend and DV, and couldn't be in the house with her or something. Even though he went there and she's like, leave. But here's some shit.
Ridiculous. Doesn't say how old the girls were, but they called a 13-year-old. So, yeah.
Yeah, one of the boys who
Oh,
killed
well, too bad. So sad.
Anyways.
Nothing of value is lost.
Pretty much.
What country was this in?
In the UK.
Oh, okay.
Multiple people may be charged in Matthew Perry's death. Charlie Sheen X questioned by cops.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, apparently it wasn't an accident. Cops are treating it as suspicious now.
It's only been, 4 months?
It's been a couple of years, I'm sure. He died.
No, Perry died this year.
No,
or
no.
maybe end of last year.
Maybe.
It hasn't been that long.
Bill Cobbs, legendary actor. You've seen him in many things, playing an old black guy. At least as long as I've been alive, he's played an old black guy. Yeah, he died. He died today at what's that? Age 90.
Inventor of the transporter.
What?
In Star Trek, he played the guy who invented the transporter.
Oh yeah.
In Enterprise, who lost his son to a transporter accident.
Haitian migrant accused of raping teen girl in Boston freed on $500 bail. A Haitian migrant accused of raping a 15-year-old at a Massachusetts shelter has been released on bail despite a request from federal immigration officials to keep him in jail.
Can we import those 13-year-olds? I'll give them a brick.
They can just travel all over the countryside.
All over
with
the
bricks.
world. Just request, can you come here? Like those pedo catchers, they're just brickers.
Corey Alvarez, who has been held without bail since his March arrest, was freed on a measly $500 bail on Tuesday after the Plymouth County Superior Court ignored a request from Immigration and Customs Enforcement to keep the suspect in custody.
Couldn't they arrest him?
Well, you would think so, yeah. But he's under charge in Massachusetts. I don't think they can just take him and deport him. They need to wait until all that shit's been sorted. Alvarez was... it's a sanctuary city. Alvarez was released following a dangerousness hearing. A spokesman for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office told Post Friday. He then requested Alvarez be held on a $10,000 cash bail with numerous conditions of release. The judge set bail at $500.
Yeah, but couldn't they just been like, right, we're here, we're outside, we're arresting you. You've just posted bail for local, you're an immigrant, you're an illegal. We're now putting you into a ICE facility. Outside the courthouse. Once
Alvarez, 26, was released with an ankle. Well, they don't have the ICE officials there to just arrest them. With an ankle monitor.
So they won't do it.
But ICE officials can't track him because Boston is a sanctuary city, meaning local authorities don't have to cooperate with the feds. No, but they can. They can choose to. The suspect was ordered to remain in home confinement, surrender his passport. I don't think that's a fucking problem. And check in twice monthly with probation, according to legal filings obtained by the Globe. He's due back in court on August 13th. Federal immigration authorities said March that they had filed an immigration detainer against Alvarez with the Plymouth County Sheriff's Office. However, the spokesman for the Enforcement and Removal Division of ICE told the Globe that Plymouth Superior Court officials refused to honour its detainer. So the detainer is the legal request to hold this person in custody while we come and get him to deport him. ICE sources, meanwhile, are fuming about the migrant release. One source blasted it as standard democratic bullshit, which makes it almost impossible to do our jobs. The dumbass judges are the ones causing a lot of these issues by ignoring the root of the problem, the source lamented. California, New York, Illinois, Massachusetts, and other blue states all do this bullshit. If we run record checks on people out of those states, they have policies that are in place to prevent sharing of any information. Former ICE Field Office Director John Fabricatore said Alvarez's release is emblematic of a concerning and trend of inadequate and failed vetting procedures. The rushed process undermines the thorough checks. Fucking hell, words hard. Thorough checks typically conducted before granting parole or visas. The current administration's haphazard approach raises significant safety concerns for U.S. citizens. Yeah, no shit. Fucking Christ. Absolute insanity. Like, seriously. Fucking ridiculous. Over a dozen Just Stop Oil activists were arrested in a coordinated raid. This is the way. Tombola says ICE needs to send millions more to sanctuary cities. No, this is the problem. They go to sanctuary cities and then they just spread out. Mm-hmm. One kicks one loose and then they're off to another fucking state.
Beyond arrest on suspicion of partaking in the conspiracy to interfere with key national infrastructure. The grounds are that information has been received by police which indicate that you're a part of a plot to cause serious disruption to UK airports.
God, they can have fun. They'd have fun at my house. It's a lot of fucking books to go through.
We got the cereal.
I think they just. I understand that.
All right, Dan. Catch you later.
Love you.
Love you too.
Yeah, he knows nothing's going to happen to him.
Mm-hmm. It is the
Good.
UK.
Actually, let me see if there's any replies that it's like, oh, this guy's already been released. It's not even about the fucking thingo. They must have been planning to disrupt flights, which will get you fucking. They'll come down on you a ton of bricks. You mess with airports.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Massey says, yesterday, my high school sweetheart, the love of my life for over 35 years, the loving mother of our 4 children, the smartest, kindest woman I ever knew, my beautiful wife, my wise queen forever, Rhonda, went to heaven. Thank you for your prayers and for our family in this difficult time. She was a valedictorian at our high school where we went to the prom together, accepted at MIT and Harvard, earned a mechanical engineering degree from MIT, and devoted her life to our family. We spent last week touring Mount Rainier with our grandson. She was the best mama ever. We love you, Rhonda. So, yeah. Very, very sad. Personally, I like Thomas Massey. I don't always agree with him, but 90% of the time I do. And it's very sad to lose your wife. I can't imagine.
She's only 51, apparently.
Yeah, I can't imagine losing my wife at all. Mum accused. Speaking of wife that should be lost, mum accused of torturing. Like this. This is the injustice of it all. Like someone like that dies. Someone who's raised a family, like done everything you're supposed to do in life. At 51, gone.
Yep.
Someone like this, who's just human garbage, will probably live to fucking 80. Mum accused of torturing children with blowtorch pleads guilty. Dale County, Alabama. An Arlington woman accused of beating and burning her children with a blowtorch will spend the next 5 years in an Alabama prison. In June, Ashley Abelman, that's some ironic name there, pled guilty to charges of aggravated child abuse and chemical endangerment of a child and was sentenced to 5 years prison, followed by 5 years of supervised probation. Abelman was arrested on October 2023. In October 2023, after Dale County Sheriff's investigated her burning her 3 children with a blowtorch several times. Dig a hole, a very deep hole, put her in it, fill it up.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck these people, man. All right, let's talk about it. Oh, Christ,
We've had the warm up.
All my tabs just fucking shat themselves.
Shit.
Where did it go?
I thought you had a hernia or something.
I tried to move it up the list, but it just fucking shat itself. There it is. Okay. So the week started off really well for Trump.
I'm noticing
with
that.
With a Snopes fact check.
I'm noticing that published date.
21st. I know.
Published. Well, the fact that this is published in 2024.
Yeah. Well, this is the update.
7 years later, and now they fucking admit it.
No, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. On August 15th, 2017, then President Donald Trump called neo-Nazis and white supremacists who attended the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, very fine people. Rating, false. Context, in a news conference after the rally protesting the planned removal of a Confederate statue, Trump did say there were very fine people on both sides, referring to the protesters and the counter-protesters. He said in the same statement he wasn't talking about neo-Nazis and white nationalists who he said should be condemned totally, which is what every single right-minded person have been fucking saying this entire time. Like, how many fucking times have we heard the lie? Oh, very fine people, he called neo-Nazis very fine people. We called neo-Nazis very fine people. White supremacists, neo-Nazis very fine. Like, we've heard it over and over again, but from everybody, from the media, from Joe Biden. After all, Joe Biden fucking ran for office after Trump said this. Like, is one of the many reasons Joe gives frequently.
But the editor's note is why people still keep
Some readers have raised objections that this fact check appears to assume Trump was correct in stating that there were very fine people on both sides of the Charlottesville incident. That is not the case. This fact check aims to confirm what Trump actually said, not whether what he said was true or false. For the record, virtually every source that covered the Unite the Right debacle concluded that it was conceived of, led by, and attended by white supremacists, and that therefore Trump's characterization was wrong. Except, so Trump was, and again, to relitigate this for the fucking 7,000 millionth time, the kind of people Trump was talking about was the fat guy with the Confederate flag who was like, had a big issue with the fucking, God, I remember at the time there was a guy who like basically stood shiver over the bloody statue. Because like he was related to like one of his great grandpappy was a Confederate soldier, and like he thought it was like a disgrace to his memory, and it's like, well, that kind of stuff is contextually important, and that guy wasn't a bad person.
Well, according to everywhere, virtually every source, Unite the Right is a white supremacist movement. That's what they claim.
Yeah. But again, the rally itself is different from the protest.
Well,
because that means the counter protesters who went to the Unite the Right rally were neo-Nazis as well, and white supremacists.
I mean, they are.
Tombola says the Antifa people were communists, so not all fine people.
No, communists are fine. Remember. No, but Antifa aren't communists. No, that's not true. It's a myth. Thanks, Jerry. No,
Antifa is a myth. They don't exist.
Thanks, Jerry.
So, of course, there was the debate this week. I don't know how many of you watched it. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. It's 100% of you.
Yes.
But, of course, RFK Jr. wasn't permitted on stage. I guess they're regretting that now. But he did the real debate where he basically fucking stood up on stage.
Debate.
Moderated by John Stossel.
John Stossel, yeah. I thought that was fucking hilarious. I would have watched it had Rumble actually worked. But Rumble took a giant...
it did work. Like
Rumble took a giant shit. Like fucking...
Rumble
took like 10 minutes
Rumble,
into the live stream debate that actually kicked
before the
back
debate even started. Like Rumble couldn't handle.
Rumble took a giant shit about 30 minutes before the debate started, and it was fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, that was great. So, I mean, I had Rumble open, so it didn't affect me because it only affected people trying to get back in.
I should have organized this into like
I was trying to watch
narrative,
Arch on Rumble and it crashed for me. He had to fire up
the mistake
YouTube.
you would have made was refreshing it.
Yeah, look, I just watched the CNN feed, so I've got an ad blocker, so I don't give a shit. Yes, Trump's war room says, needless to say, the drugs didn't work.
Folks, how are you? Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare, we're trying to provide housing for Black Americans. The impact on the.
I just have to say, these are disgusting cheap fakes. He has just been edited to seem more cogent than he actually was.
I think they've manipulated the audio so you can actually hear what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I think they've turned it up, yeah.
But live, he was kind of mumbling all of this crap.
Choice, the idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I've not raised the cost of Social Security for anybody. I got my handicap, which when I was
Trump is just practicing his blue
down
steel
to a 6.
and his Magnum.
And wants to get away with get rid of
Trump's response when
silent
Biden
laughing.
says he got his handicap in golf down to 6, it's just fucking priceless.
yeah.
Like, just
-6.
Like, let's watch it again. Like 6.
and
Oh,
wants to get away
really?
with get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
What gets me is that Trump wasn't even the one who brought up golf.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump wasn't the one who brought up the golf. Biden did, because he tried to do his whole macho, I can do more push-ups than you. Oh, we lost Baldo.
He'll be back.
He tried to bring up he tried to challenge, because he made fun of Trump for being fat or something like that.
Oh, yeah, he made fun of his weight. And that's the
yeah.
thing. People have already said, Trump was looking actually like he's lost weight.
Yeah.
Because he's like
maybe a couple kilos,
Ozempic.
Yeah.
Because I mean, everybody is now. So,
Yeah.
Biden's the one who tried to make a physical challenge out of it, as he tends to do. Oh, I'm spry for an 81-year-old. I can do more push-ups than you, Jack. Actually, Biden probably can do more push-ups than me, but I'm bigger than him.
He could definitely do more push-ups than me. If he could do 1,
I can do like 3. I'm not strong. I'm just big. It doesn't matter because he can't walk anywhere unassisted. So
yeah, but I have executive function. So so yes, most of the debate went very much like that. Trump, my prayers were answered. I just wanted Trump to be reserved, to not try and not be the last debate Trump, and he did it.
All he had to do was behave, and he did.
And he did. He behaved.
Yeah, for the most part. He
I
got cut off a couple
He
times.
did try to control the narrative, which he was more or less excessive sometimes.
He tried, he would always try and direct discussion back to immigration and things like that. But for the most part, when his time was up, he stopped. He didn't talk over Joe. He didn't interrupt the moderators.
Yeah, he did what he needed to do within the 2-minute mark.
Trump's facial expressions when Biden was talking, it was
he just
actually
stood there smiling or looking
and intentional as hell.
I swear, and I said
Trump,
in the Discord,
Trump knew it would be side by side.
Yeah,
like they'd both be filmed at all times, and Trump made the most of it.
They tried to rig the
when
format in Biden's favor.
You see it when Biden's. You see it when Biden's doing the. Like he's like looks to the side, kind of like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then looks again. It's like you can read his mind just from his facial expressions. It's just He's a showman. Like that's his strength. His strength is that he knows how to perform.
How to play to the crowd, even though there was no one.
There's no crowd, and that's the thing. The entire debate was structured in a way that appeared to hinder Trump, but in the end, it hindered Biden.
You just changed the rules. Okay, well, I will play according to the rules.
There was no moderators the moderators didn't get to interrupt all the time. They just asked the question. If the question wasn't answered, sometimes they asked again. There was no crosstalk. There was no, that's a bunch of malarkey. Like, there was no jumping in on each other. Everybody, it was straight down the line. It was what a debate like that should be. You shouldn't need those rules for it to be that.
And it's very mute.
The most important thing, no fucking audience.
Yeah.
The lack of audience means you have to you don't get interrupted for applause. You don't get interrupted for laughter. You don't go for laughs because you're not going to get them. There's no audience there to laugh. But the drawback is you can't feed off the energy of the crowd.
Yeah, I'm of two minds about it.
Up till the day of, I was like, holy shit! Like this is, I heard so many conservative pundits say this is a terrible idea, Mr. Trump. You need to call it off. Like this is absolutely insane.
Yeah,
and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
These rules are
Trump was always going to be okay.
No, but
Trump
see
was
those
always
rules.
Gonna be okay.
Those rules. I thought he'd chafe under them. I didn't think he had it in him.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't think he had it in him to not shut the fuck up.
I think the Democrats possibly thought that too. Okay, let's rig everything for Biden.
Absolutely.
Let's handicap everything for let's baby Biden because Trump's not going to follow the rules. Like last time, we know Trump's not going to follow the rules, except he did this time. He did this time. I think
Tom Bowler says those rules are great for a debate, except for the short time for answers.
2 minutes for an answer.
You know what I noticed? Trump didn't get cut off once. Trump had practiced his timing.
Yeah.
And by the time he was getting cut off, he was like
yellow,
finishing
and
it
he knew to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Like he really knew what he was doing. Whereas Biden was getting cut off all the fucking time because he couldn't
getting cut off, wasting like half of his time.
Yeah, Tom Bowler, that last comment. CNN, this is where I'm off two minds about it. I do think they possibly tried to rig the rules against Trump. However, I also have a bit of a conspiracy in my mind that they did this because they knew Biden was going to collapse without help. Fuck it. Obviously, everyone has started throwing Biden under the bus right after the debate. It all seems planned.
Well, let's have a look at some posts.
The media threw him under the bus.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right after the debate, it's
the Democrats.
Let's just have Biden up on stage and let's just let the cat out of the bag. Let's just let him fall on his own sword and then we'll act all surprised about it.
And I think that's what's going to cause essentially a fracture in the Democrat Party. The party that thinking they need to replace him because of this performance.
I think it kind of forced
and the hardliners. Yeah. And it's going to really look fractured.
It's reached a peak where the Democrats just couldn't hide it anymore.
Yeah.
I think they wanted to spite Trump, but I think they just wanted a plausible deniability about Biden's performance.
It's a non-sequitur.
I agree too.
It's a non sequitur. I don't even understand the context of that. This is the President of the United States running for re-election. He's our guy. And that's part of the diversion tactic of the right to continue to sort of muddy the waters on all that and that nonsensical speculation. It's just
exactly
like the absurdity of who's going to get an injection shot. I mean, this is farcical. It's serious stuff. Democracy, freedom, liberty, rights. And to see it trivialized as we're trivializing it.
Bro, your wife fucked Harvey Weinstein. Shut the fuck up.
Really distressing to me as an American citizen.
Dude, his wife didn't fuck Harvey Weinstein. His wife fucked Trump Jr.
Didn't one of his wives fuck Harvey Weinstein?
No.
I mean,
I don't think so. I know his current wife, like his ex-wife.
I know one of them is.
He's been cuckolded
Kimberly Guilfoyle is with
Trump
Trump Jr.
Yeah.
I know that much. I'm not saying no. It wasn't Jennifer. No, it was Jennifer Newsom.
Yeah.
Yeah, his current wife.
But yeah, it's good to see that CNN is now right wing.
Well, that's just, what's his name?
What he's complaining about.
It's all
exactly
pre-planned.
what CNN was talking
The
about.
debate
soon
is
after
over
the
immediately,
debate was
and
over.
boom, they're throwing him under the bus, and Tom Bollo's right. All the articles coming out right after. Oh, Trump won this. Biden's done. It's time to replace him. They knew it was. It's all a plan to throw Biden under the bus.
But no, Dr. Jill says he did great.
Dr. Jill, who's not a medical doctor.
Such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
Doctor of Education, Dr. Jill Biden.
And that's why I wonder if that's why she talks to him like he's a fucking 4-year-old.
Have a gold star, Joe. Have a lollipop.
What did Trump do? Lie? Let's see. Did he lie? Let's see what.
Well,
Biden
there
did.
was. CNN did say there was like 26 or so.
Some of them, he said.
That's how they're trying to appear
in a while
balanced.
who didn't have any.
They fact check Joe and say,
So
"Oh, but Trump."
this is
lied too."
Joe's fact check, not
I
Trump's
know.
fact check.
I know. But it's like while president, yeah, Joe did this, but also Trump did lie, or something like that. They're just trying to act balanced. We know they're not.
Some of them, he said, he's the only president in a while who didn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world. Troops have, of course, died on his watch. He said he's put in a $15 per shot cap on insulin and Medicare. It's a $35 a month cap. He said it's a $200 cap on overall drug spending in Medicare. It's $2,000 a year. He said the border now has fewer crossings than when Trump was in office. That's generally not true. He said, or at least strongly suggested, unemployment was at 15% when he took office. It was actually 6.4. He said Trump wants to get rid of Social Security. Trump doesn't. He said billionaires pay 8.2% in taxes. It's much higher. He said Trump told Americans to inject bleach amid COVID. We know Trump made foolish comments about scientists studying disinfectant injection, but didn't frame it as advice to people. And Biden said the Border Patrol endorsed him. No, its union supported the border bill he supported, never endorsed him himself in the summit.
Like it's quite jarring to watch. To watch the media just turn so fucking quickly and start to embrace
It's
a reality that we all knew existed. Like we all knew this stuff.
Yeah.
Like
CNN has not reported on it for the last fucking 7 years. I'm going all the way back to like Trump's like when Trump got elected. Like
Some of the reactions is great. Mehdi Hassan says, I think Republicans will regret setting the bar so low for Biden and helping spread the distorted image of him as a guy who's totally out of it, suffering from dementia, no grip on reality, no ability to speak. A very low bar for him to clear tonight. Update, not sure he cleared it.
So the bar was set correctly.
Yes.
And he still fell over it.
This is staggering to me too. Like this tells you the 33% of the Rustodons. Like 33% thought Biden won.
Yeah,
like, are you kidding?
Because Trump.
Because Trump, yeah, exactly. It's you know what it is. Like, actually, we might watch it because so I thought it was interesting. But I watched Planet America, which is a show on for the Americans. It's a show for the Americans watching, I guess, if there are any Americans watching. It's a show on our national broadcast that covers American politics.
Oh God.
And it was quite interesting to watch them sort of basically be like, yeah, like this is a fucking disaster. But yeah, they made the point that this is the Rustodons. This is the Democrats. These are the people. These are the ride or die Biden supporters who will vote for
Blue no matter who.
Yeah,
like
Blue no matter who will vote for the Bill Maher's who will vote for Joe Biden's disembodied
the Jon
head
Stewarts, the Destinies, the
in a
George
jar.
Takeys. Yeah,
they will never vote for Trump. So
Yeah.
it's about 33%, and on the other side, it's about 33% too.
Destiny literally
So
said that today. Like
it's the middle 33% that you have to win, and
Yeah.
the middle 33% think Trump won.
Mm.
So, like I've been saying to my wife, like this is hilarious. Like
Even my dad, who is like pro-union labor as fuck, he knows that both Biden and Trump are too old. Like he gets it.
Yeah,
like he doesn't entirely dislike Trump, but even he gets it. Like no, Biden is fucked.
And fundamentally,
Biden's too old.
that's the problem.
Yeah.
The the world, because the leader of the free world is going to be an
the leader of the free
80-year-old no matter
world
what.
isn't the leader of the free world. He's not doing shit.
And the difference between the two is one is obviously infirm, and the other one
still good.
He's still all right, but he can have his moments, and it's not going to last forever.
No. But hey, unlike the rest of the world, or at least unlike Australia, America has term limits. So, and let's be realistic about this. It's the final term for either of them, no matter who wins. Even if Biden wins, he's going to die in office. Even if Trump wins, he can't get elected a third time. So,
well, look, I would like to point out to all those people who despise Trump and just want Trump to go away that, well, if you want him to go away, if he wins this election,
this is your chance.
This is your chance. He can't run again. Like, he literally won't be on the ballot next time. He can't be on the ballot.
Well, even the lefties don't believe that.
I know the lefties are like, oh, he'll find a way. It's like,
he'll find a way. What's gonna? I've literally had people at work ask me, what's going to stop him running a third time? What's going to stop him changing the law and getting his name on the ballot for a third term? And I'm like,
that's not how that works.
Oh, you fuck! Thankfully, I had a couple of people back me up on that.
SCOTUS. It'll be 9-0
against. It's literally.
I don't care how many fucking appointees are from Trump.
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking clear as bloody day. You get 2 terms. That's it.
Yeah, you literally can't get in for a third term. It's not allowed. It's in the law. It
is in the Constitution itself.
Yes. The instant he tries to stay in office, the Secret Service.
No, it's a dark star. He can't even do that. In order to qualify to be on the ticket as vice president, you need to be able to serve as president. Because he has been president for 2 terms, he does not qualify as able to serve as president. So he wouldn't be able to be vice president either. Otherwise, you just say, make Obama vice president.
Imagine how many times that loophole would be exploited if that was possible.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, it'd be like the Putin dance.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very
one of the qualifications. One of the requirements in order to qualify to be vice president is that you must be able to be the president.
Yeah, Tombolo.
You have to qualify for both.
Yeah, Tombolo. The point is, you have to be eligible to run.
No, Tombolo. It's not consecutive terms. It's 2 terms. That's it.
Yeah.
Not consecutive.
Grover Cleveland
2
didn't
terms.
serve consecutively.
Yeah, he's the only president to have served 2 non-consecutive terms
until Trump wins.
Maybe.
It doesn't have to be consecutive, but just
look at those polls, man.
Yeah, 2 terms total.
But hey, look, it's not over till January 21st.
Yeah, who knows what fuckeries?
Even if he wins the election, it's not over till January 21st.
Yes, maybe they swap Biden out and they get Newsom in, and people go for Newsom.
Because the Dems control
the Democrats are going to do
Senate.
what they claimed the Republicans were going to do, or Trump was going to do.
Dems control the Senate. The House is on a fucking knife's edge.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of lame ducks there's going to be plenty more lame ducks by the time we get to know. Oh no, actually, I'm a fucking idiot. It's not. It's the new Congress that certifies.
Yep.
So it might be well. If it's the new Congress that's certified, it might even be worse. So because if the Republicans lose the House and the Democrats keep the Senate, you're going to have a Democrat House
Trump's
and a Democrat Senate
potentially with
and January 6th, 2025, new Senate, new House, new Congress sits for the first time and decides that no, we're not going to certify the election.
No,
we're going to have a contingent election.
In which case, Democrats lose anyway.
We've decided that the media reports said there's been too much fuckery, so we're going to have a contingent election, and we're going to pick whoever we like, as long as they got electoral votes. And we've decided that the winner is Kamala Harris. And it's by state delegations as well. So it depends on how the state delegations fall as well.
Yeah,
so
and
if there'd been a contingent election in 2020,
Trump would have
2021,
Trump would have won.
Trump would have won. Which honestly, what they should have gone for. Which I think they were trying.
They would have been.
No, continuing elections perfectly legal.
Well, I know it's illegal, but that's
it's
not,
illegal.
That's not what the Democrats were saying.
You disregarded the people's votes, and that's what pisses people off. That exactly, Darkstar.
Yeah, so Darkstar. That would probably be one of the most.
One
of the largest inciting incidents that could actually.
Yeah, you've literally ignored democracy. Quote end quote.
I'm down to it. Yeah.
Anyway, so
because I don't see them winning the House or the Senate, because people most likely are going to vote down the line. They're going to vote for Trump and then vote for Republic. That's just down the line.
Yeah.
No, when you use the words "I didn't have sex with a porn star," you're not winning; you're losing at that game.
Yes.
No.
So he should have said, "I had sex with a porn star." Then he would be winning.
It was kind of disgusting of Biden to bring it up, but yeah.
Anderson, this was a game-changing debate in the sense that right now, as we
ignore
speak,
the audio.
there is
Just actually, no,
a very aggressive panic in the
just to
Democrats.
add,
I thought they were showing him stepping off the.
Not quite.
I've got it. I'll find it.
Just remember, Gavin Newsom cheated on his wife with his with one of his friends' aides. Right, Gavin Newsom is also an adulterer.
Oh, he's a scumbag.
He's an adulterer, and Jennifer Newsom is an accuser of Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah,
she's an alleged rape victim of Harvey Weinstein.
So here's Trump just walking off the
going
stage.
backstage.
It's like, I'm fine. I don't need to go and think. And what are the hosts' names? Now, pay attention to Joe.
Barely walk.
That's one step.
That was one step.
She had to help him down one step. What the fuck? Like, seriously? Are you that concerned for him falling down from one step?
Because he could have fallen down that step. That's the issue. And you don't want that to happen on camera.
Anderson, this was a game-changing debate in the sense that right now, as we speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists. It involves elected officials. It involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket. And they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Others other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public? Anderson.
And they have started.
It did not start minutes into the debate. We know this. We all know this. It did
absolutely.
Did not start.
The panic started minutes into the debate. From the Democrats, the reporting after from the panels is like, I started getting messages like 15 minutes in, like, holy shit, this is a disaster. Because he didn't come out strong and then dip off. He came out a blithering mess.
And again, I think they know he's a blithering mess. I think they knew that before.
They've known the whole fucking time, Tim.
That's what I mean.
They've been lying the whole fucking time.
That's right. This whole idea that there was panic.
But now they can't lie about
the panic
it.
started.
No, that's the thing. That's the panic. The panic is fuck. People have seen that the emperor has no clothes many times, and we've just said, "What are you talking about? His clothes are amazing," and people have gone, "Oh yeah, that's right. His clothes are amazing." This time, there's absolutely no doubting that the emperor is fucking buck naked.
Yeah.
And they're the Democrats are like, fuck, we are all out of gas.
It's just to me, it's just the speed at which they've about faced on all of this. Like right after the debate, everyone's now saying the same thing. They've all about faced. No, they don't look surprised to me. It looks like they knew that this was a possibility.
You know why they're not surprised? Because they know they've been lying the whole fucking time.
Yes, but they know that they've always known that
full
it's a
of shit this whole time.
This is their contingency plan. They've known that there's a chance that we will have to take the mask off. Yeah. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. Like they're not genuinely shocked. It's like, okay, it's Plan C. Everything's gone to shit.
But I think some of them,
some of them
not
might,
the higher ends, but
I
the
think
middle
some,
ones,
yeah, like some of
actually
them
bought
might,
into the message.
I think some of them did. Yeah. But people like Van Jones
and that's who's panicking.
Anderson Cooper, I don't believe that they're genuinely surprised. I think for them, okay, it's Plan C. Mask is off. Cat's out of the bag. Oh.
If anybody in America thinks that was even close to being an okay debate by Joe Biden, I'm living in a parallel universe. That was an unmitigated disaster for President Biden from the second he walked out to the closing statement. The biggest issue for Democrats is abortion, and he couldn't give an answer. He gave an answer, he couldn't even give a coherent answer.
Oh, dude, I have to find that fucking answer. Like, holy shit. Like, the trimesters thing.
Oh, right.
That was just an incoherent
between
mess.
X and that. Yeah. Ridiculous.
It was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I was flabbergasted at how terrible the fucking response was. Seriously? I just searched for it and it's not fucking... I'm going to have to fucking dig through the actual full video.
Dark Star, realistically, if they wanted to, you can 25th Amendment Joe tomorrow.
So Darkstar says, but is there enough time between now and the virtual convention to somehow get Biden to step aside or rally the votes? Go for it. All right. Go ahead. So here's how it works. He's the nominee. Full stop. He'll if nothing changes, even if he's 25th, he's the nominee. He's on the ballot.
Yeah. Because he hasn't served two full terms.
If they invoke the 25th Amendment and remove him from office, that's the ball game. Welcome President Trump. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that at all. There is the ability in the next 4 weeks to convince him for the good of the country, and you're seeing a full court press from the media right now.
The headlines,
and you'll see it in the next few weeks of Biden, like on Biden to say, for the good of the country, I'm not going to run. Like,
yeah, it's time for you to go.
Then it's going to be a fucking free for all.
Mm-hmm.
Like it will be the most amazing fucking. It'll be the most amazing convention we've seen since. Well, probably 68. Maybe not as violent. Because that was a 60. So the 68 convention, ironically in Chicago as well.
Yeah.
They lost, the president said he wasn't running after New Hampshire. The leading candidate was fucking assassinated, and they ended up with Herbert Humphrey. Which
was Jack Kennedy?
Yeah. No, Jack. So Lyndon Johnson was announced. So Lyndon Johnson lost the New Hampshire primary and then said, no, you know what? I'm not going to run. Then, Herbert Humphrey beat him in the New Hampshire.
Jack Kennedy was killed in Texas. Sorry. Why did I say Jack Kennedy? JFK. Fucking hell.
RFK was the man to beat.
RFK Senior. Yeah.
I don't need to. You don't need to say senior. You can just say RFK. You have to say junior.
No, people just say RFK know the difference in reference to junior. Now I keep getting confused.
Well, that's stupid. RFK was the man to beat. He was murdered he was assassinated during the primary campaign in California. So he was off the table. So basically, there was a whole bunch of delegates who had no one to vote for, and it turned into a fucking shit show. And they ended up with Herbert Humphrey, Herbert Hoover. No, Herbert Humphrey. Herbert Hoover actually was president. Herbert Humphrey ended up being the nominee, and there were fucking riots because in Chicago because people thought the Democratic voters were mad as hell because they thought their vote had been stolen. So, but the way the process works is if the delegates are assigned to Joe, they vote for Joe in the first ballot. Joe has enough delegates in the first ballot to win. If he says he's not running and won't accept the nomination, then those delegates are free to vote for whomever they like, literally whoever they like, within the rules. They have to be qualified to be president, but they can vote for whoever they like. After the first ballot, they can vote for whoever they want.
Yeah.
So if you get the number, which is like 1,920 something, I might be off by a couple of digits, not off the top of my head, because they have super delegates and it changes a bit. But for the most part, they have to vote. They have to vote for Joe. They're locked in for Joe Biden for the first ballot. After the first ballot, they vote for whoever they like. But with enough delegates, he wins the first ballot, and it's game over. But yeah, so after the first ballot, if the first ballot doesn't get a candidate because Joe's dropped out, it is literally a free for all. Literally a free for all. You could end up with fucking. You could end up with Hillary. You could end up with Kamala. You could end up with Newsom. You could end up with Whitmer. You could end up with literally any member of the Democratic Party. Big Mike. You could end up with Big Mike. It would be an absolute free-for-all. It'd be the best, 4 days of television with like political junkies have seen in years. But yeah,
it'd be so great.
It would just show.
I
would be in fucking hog heaven.
No unity whatsoever,
I would be in hog heaven
because they'll be going at each other's throats through the media as well.
So the only chance for this to come off well, from the Democrats' point of view, is if they all decide on someone beforehand, and they turn it into a coronation. But the problem is, the additional problem is fundraising. You can't just take the money from Biden-Harris campaign and then add it to another campaign. It doesn't work like that.
I mean, not legally.
Well, yeah, the FEC, there's plenty of FEC rules that disallow you moving money around like that. The PACs are fine. The PACs can support whoever they like.
Yeah, but the new candidate would have to have their own funding built from scratch.
Which is why they're talking about people like Pritzker, who is rich as fuck.
People who can fund their own campaign.
Newsom, who has deep pockets in his donor base. Harris, ironically, would be the best bet for funds, because if Biden isn't running, the Harris campaign gets that money. It becomes, it's easier to move.
It becomes a Harris campaign.
Yeah. Those campaign funds move around easier. So
yeah, because they're tied together currently.
Actually, you know what'd be fantastic? Fucking Al Franken.
Oh, Mr. Gropey
Oh
man.
my god.
Let's do it. Let's recruit fucking Al Franken.
Gropey McGrove chest.
Yep, let's do it. He should never have resigned in the first place. I think he's great. I think he's hilarious. I think he got fucking railed by that who's the blonde senator from New York, not the Kristen Gillibrand?
That sounds familiar.
She fucking basically orchestrated that whole takedown, because she saw him as the biggest threat in 2020 to run against. So anyway.
Yeah, can't wait. Because otherwise, he's running.
I've heard from leading Democrats across the United States, elected governors, congressmen, who are texting me and saying, I'm worried I'm going to lose if Joe Biden's at the top of the ticket. If anybody in America thinks that was the...
And that's the God's honest truth. They're all worried about their own fucking jobs. Congressmen who are running, and they're like, holy shit, I don't want to lose.
Especially
how many seats are up for this year?
Yeah.
So every seat in the House of Reps, and a third of the seats in the Senate.
Yeah, but there's a number of. I guess that's more on the public side, but there is a number of members who are not rerunning, as so new members are coming in. I don't know if that's true on the Republicans. Sorry, on the Democrat side.
Dems have to be really worried that there's going to be like Joe Biden's got such a bad showing that they're all going to lose, and there's going to be a wave. Like, I know everyone was talking about a red wave in 2020 and a red wave in 2022, but they didn't have 4 years of Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Well, we removed the person who was stopping that red wave.
Well, a lot of the issues come from incumbency, because that's the thing. Americans are feeling the pinch. The economy doesn't. The economy is good, but only if you're invested with Nvidia or Microsoft or Facebook or any of the AI companies. Because if you look at the stock market, that like the top of the stock market is carrying the entire thing.
Okay.
Like, it's like, oh, stock market is an all-time high. This economy is amazing. But it's not.
It's not. AI mania is anything that's keeping
there's a bubble at the top end of the market that's making everything look bigger. 30% inflation has applied over the last few years. That's made everything 30% more expensive. That doesn't disappear. It just slows down. It just doesn't grow as fast.
Yeah. So they're never going to do deflation.
That's never going backwards. Never going backwards. Yeah. So the price rises are staying exactly where they are.
Not too fair.
They're just not going to get worse. There's a housing crisis in the US. There's a migrant crisis in the US. Trump's making the election about the economy and the border, and that's it. That's the only two topics he has to run on. Mm-hmm. All he has to do is say, "Do you feel better than you did back when I was president?"
Yeah, 4 years ago versus now, which was better.
The answer is always going to be yes.
Yeah.
Unless you're like a billionaire.
Or you're so far up your own ass that you're like, no, Trump had
but
really
you hate
bad
Trump
memes.
so much, yeah.
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 So yeah, if they run Biden, all of Biden's baggage falls on every Democrat.
Mm. Yeah.
Because people aren't gonna fucking vote for Trump and then vote for every Democrat. That'd be insane. I mean, they might. Some will.
Yeah.
But
there's not that many.
Or maybe they'll leave. Maybe they won't vote for Joe. Maybe they'll vote for RFK
instead of Joe, and then split the vote.
Yeah. But the result is the same. Trump is president. And this is where all their shirt tearing and crying to the sky that, Trump is a danger to democracy. Trump is an existential threat to this republic. Blah 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 blah. All right. Well, if it really is that bad,
who are you running?
Just like climate change. If it really is that bad, what are you doing about it? You're running a fucking doddering old Phoebe and a mum, like a fucking cringe mum. Why are you not fucking doing why did you not have a fucking
if it's so
primary?
serious, why are you not
if
taking
it's
it
so
serious?
fucking deadly? And Biden thinks he's the only one who can beat Trump. But it's the opposite. He's the only one who can lose to Trump. Actually, no, he's not the only one. Kamala can lose to Trump as well.
I'm fairly certain Newsom could lose.
Oh, look, they could all lose to Trump. Sorry, he's the only one who will lose to Trump.
Yep.
Kamala will lose to Trump as well. Newsom, maybe not. Because Kamala comes with the stink of being part of that administration.
Yeah.
So there is an incumbency advantage and there is an incumbency disadvantage. If people feel like everything is shit, the incumbency is a disadvantage. If people feel like things are going all right, incumbency is an advantage. People don't feel like things are going all right. So right now, Trump's this outsider again. So all that needs to happen is for people to go, I don't like Biden. I don't like
the buyer's
what it
regret
is now.
is palpable.
It's not. This isn't Trump's election to win. Trump won't win, but Biden can fucking sure as hell lose.
Yeah,
and so and he will. At this point, short of a fucking a miracle on at 2 a.m. Trump will
you mean a
Biden will
fortification?
lose. Yeah, some sort of fortification. And look,
I
they
don't
changed the
see
laws.
that.
I didn't realize,
Exactly.
but so all the private drop boxes that the Zuckerbucks bought, a lot of those have been outlawed. Like laws have been changed so that you can't do that. So the fortification that they did last time can't actually happen again.
Well, that specific fortification.
Well, yeah.
They can do
That
other
was the method how they get the majority of the ballots collected, was through those boxes.
Yeah, but they can still do harvesting.
True.
And just drop them off at legitimate places that are still allowed. So that's still a fortification that can happen.
Yeah.
But now they need actual people on the ground actually doing that instead of
And if
just
you're
a
only
handful
allowed
of
three
people organizing it. Now
if you're
you
only
need
allowed to
more
hand
people.
in three ballots at a time, and you've walked in with 3 ballots 50 times to one place, they're going to start getting suspicious.
Yeah.
So
that was painful. I love Joe Biden. I work for Joe Biden.
Why?
He didn't do well at all.
Why do you love him, Van?
He did not do well at all.
I can understand loving him. Like I can understand like you having worked for him and having an appreciation for the man. I've had bosses that I've liked. I've had people I've worked with that I've liked. Like that when they've left, I've been not upset, but like sort of oh geez, that sucks.
wait, was Van's street name Corn Pop?
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
And he looked.
Yeah, Ghosty really gay.
I'll give you the analysis. You kind of have the old man versus the con man. I can walk
They're
you
both
through
con men, you
how I'm
fucking
supposed
retard
to
man.
see it and say it, but I just want to speak from my heart. I love that guy. That's a good
Sounds like
man.
he's almost about to cry.
He loves his country.
Yeah, this is what I
He's doing
found
the best that he
delicious.
can. But he had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of the base, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this
He doesn't
party
have
to
the
figure
guts
out
to
a different way
say,
forward if
step
he will allow
aside.
us
He has
to
to
do
go
that.
around it with soft language.
But that was
Yes, to
not what we
take a
needed from Joe
different course,
Biden, and it's personally
will.
painful for a lot of people. It's not just panic, it's pain. That was painful. I love Joe.
So what's the bet that Joe Biden has an accident? Not a fatal one, but an accident. He slipped and hit his head, and turns out he can't run.
Non-zero.
It means Harris comes in.
Harris
Yeah.
immediately. Well,
He can definitely run out the rest of his term, but he certainly can't do another 4 years. So we need to put someone else ahead of the convention and let Joe go back to being the president, doing what he needs to do as the president. But we're going to run someone else because he can't do both at the same time because of his head injury or whatever.
Then we go back to what
some shit
Thermo
like that.
explained. Yeah, we just go back to what Thermo explained essentially.
yeah, maybe.
Who won the debate? We asked debate watchers in our instant poll, and the
Tubin
answer is a
Tube.
resounding Donald Trump
Why
did.
is that Tubin?
67% of
Yeah, that's Jeffrey Tube.
He's gotten fatter since last time I saw him.
debate
God, I
watchers in
didn't
our
recognize
poll
him.
say Donald
Assuming
Trump
he's
won
wearing
the debate
pants.
tonight. Joe Biden.
That's why I didn't recognize him. He has
33%
pants
say
on.
He won the debate tonight. Now, this group of debate watchers, they told us who they thought would win the debate going into it before the debate, and take a look at how that changed over time. 55% thought before the debate that Donald Trump would win the debate. 45% thought Joe Biden would win the debate. Look at what the debate.
Now, this is quite telling. Think about how low the fucking expectations were.
Yeah.
The fucking third
CNN
circle of
poll,
hell
yeah.
low, and only 45% thought Biden would win, with the
Margin
expectations
of error
set
plus or minus 5.5. So even on
low.
the worst case, low
it
end
could have been
is even.
40% or it could have been 50%.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's astounding to me. The expectations were set that low, and after the debate, they're like, "Holy shit, they've
Even worse.
even worse."
This is why I'm saying the Dems kind of knew that. All right, this is our time to throw Joe under the bus, but we're going to do it nicely. Like, imagine the balls for CNN to put up this kind of poll, admitting that before the debate, most of their survey respondents thought Trump was going to win. For them to even admit that in the first place is a rare case of honesty. The timing is just it's super weird for them to have this sudden about face all in the course of a day. You conducted the survey the day before, and supposedly your respondents think Trump's going to win. I've had this plan for a while, I think.
All right, I found the trimester question.
That way.
Or answer.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So you want doctors to be able
to... He can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So
I just want everybody to appreciate that Trump remembered that.
He's referring to
Trump remembered he's talking about Ralph Northam.
Yeah,
and a radio interview Ralph Northam did back in 2017, I want to say.
Something like that, yeah.
2018, maybe.
I still remember
2018.
As soon as he started talking about
where Ralph Norman, who is literally a doctor,
yes,
explained the process that
we might take the baby,
you would deliver the baby, and then
deliver it, and then
deliver the baby
afterwards,
alive.
But he's
decide what we're going to do with it afterwards.
He's referring though to failed abortions. So you tried to kill the baby in the first place.
Yeah.
But you couldn't. Okay, we'll deliver it and then decide what to do after.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter.
But that's
right. That's
killing
right.
a baby after it's born.
Yeah, the baby is born. That's a late in his own words. Yeah, you're right.
That's a late term abortion.
It's even a post-birth abortion, because as Ralph Northam said, the baby will be delivered.
He's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Yep. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That's true.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that.
Yeah, it does. It literally does, right, bro. Like
Trump says
it's not the circumstance.
Says so.
Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen.
That's not the only circumstance.
But we are not for late-term abortion. Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, Constitutional Scholarship said it was the right way to go.
The law.
51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the
40
Supreme
years,
Court.
the Chevron doctrine
turns out it actually wasn't the law.
And that just went away yesterday.
In fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board,
doesn't believe
at
in a
6 weeks or
universal ban.
7 or 8 or 10
But
weeks,
that contradicts
something
what
very,
Trump
very
has been
conservative.
said in the
Is he gonna sign
first
that
place.
bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
You're making shit up, Joe.
Immigration and border security.
Trump goes on in the debate to state that he believes in the exceptions for rape and incest and life.
Yeah,
of the mother.
he did that at the
That was
he did
that was
on
the
his
first part of
question,
his question.
Yeah.
And
I just wanted to show Biden's incoherent fucking.
Yeah. Who knows what Trump really
fuck
thinks?
is he talking
Trump's a 90s Democrat. He probably does believe safe, legal, rare. Let's be real. The Republican Party does not, but Trump himself,
Oh, Trump believes in whatever he needs to believe.
Yeah.
So Trump's a chameleon.
Mm-hmm.
Biden, fucking Chuck Todd, man.
You know, one of the things was, would either candidate look like the caricature that the other campaign has been trying to paint of him? And at the end of the day, Joe Biden looks like the caricature that conservative media has been painting. And there were no clips tonight, right? This was, you saw it before your eyes. Look, I don't want to just tell you what I think here, Tom. I've been talking to a lot of leaders in the Democratic Party, electeds, coalition leaders. There's a full-on panic about this performance. Not like, oh, this is recoverable. It is more of a, okay, he's got to step aside. There's a lot of that chatter. This is about as bad of a performance in order to that Biden could have delivered if his goal was to try to sort of calm the waters among Democrats. I mean, look, there was, one of.
So yes, the caricature that the right wing has been saying, oh, look, he's doddering old fool. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah,
it's not a caricature; it's an observation.
Anyone with a functioning brain has been saying this since at least 2019. Left, right, or otherwise.
Speaking of people with a lack of a functioning brain, no one had to say a word. CNN carefully considered framing and lighting design, effectively conveying the intended perception of fragility versus dominance in visual composition. Biden was filmed in profile, looking pale as a ghost. Trump was filmed straight on, not looking his usual shade of tangerine, but more like marmalade. Biden is a man of honor, integrity, resilience, and resolve. A Trump is a Trump is a Trump. And
Yeah,
here's the example. This lunatic is fucking.
Biden is the
saying-
one who looks like
Biden
he's a
is turning
fucking
away.
corpse.
Both of their podiums are fucking turned towards the fucking
Camera.
like not the camera. They're turned towards the fucking
Moderators.
presenters.
Moderate, yeah.
Yeah, it's their
The panel.
moderators are in the center.
Yeah.
Trump is on the left. Biden is on the right, which I think is a dumb. I think if you're going to do that, you swap them because he's on the left and Trump's on the right.
I think it's incumbent
done
versus.
by
I think it's.
coin
I think it's.
No, I don't think they even thought that much. I think it's just one on one side, one on the right.
Last time Trump was on the right, wasn't he?
I don't think it matters.
And he
I
was
don't
on
think,
the
I don't
right
think they
when
actually
he
decided that.
debated Hillary. I'm just tinfoil hat.
Is this more on actually saying that
CNN rigged it for Trump?
guarded
Yes.
For Trump?
Yes, CNN rigged it for Trump. This response is
Sure.
great. I believe
Sure.
Professor Daxophone says, I believe you're exactly correct, Stephanie. I work in stage design and lighting techniques on Broadway. And I studied the lighting techniques on Broadway, and I studied the debate very carefully last night. From my observations, I produced this diagram of the stage setup, and I've identified the exact lighting module that they used for the spotlight on President Biden. I guarantee you they had it cranked up to 11 degrees. This should be front page news. And here's the... here's the literal layout with, one camera.
Camera? Oh, there's a spotlight.
But yes, here's turned up to 11 degree retard. Fucking.
Is that what he's calling himself?
No, that's what he's saying.
she's
That
calling
they
this
turned
person,
it.
yeah.
He's calling this person a retard.
Oh, okay.
Like fucking Christ! It's just absolutely fucking insanity. To even fucking pretend. Oh, I've seen and set it up. Like the people crying about. Oh, there was no fact checking from CNN. Fuck you. They would have fact checked Biden as well. You fucking blithering idiot. Do it after
They didn't fact check Biden
And
last
they did.
time.
And they did fact check afterwards.
Yeah, this time. That's the thing.
Dylan Bonner says in February, several members of the White House press corps told me there should have been more coverage of Biden's age, not less. The amount of time we spent talking about it versus the time we spent reporting on it was not the same. We should have been tougher, more scrutinizing coverage of his age earlier.
So you weren't going to get Trump back in.
Yeah,
You should have started this shit earlier.
Stephen Miller quoted saying, then why wasn't it covered? Instead, the people covering it were accused of cheap fakes, and everyone ran with that. There was zero pressure on the White House about any of this. This we didn't know act isn't going to work anymore.
Yep.
Reporters saying there should be more coverage of an important issue. What is it what exactly is it that you do here? Like, if you think there's an important issue that's not being covered and you're a reporter, then fucking cover it.
Well, as Tucker Carlson said when he was in Canberra the other day, they just toe the line of the government. The media is
Yeah.
aligned with the government.
Yeah. Tom Bevan here says, if you're looking for a visual representation of how bad Biden's performance was, check out this graph of the New York Times op-ed columnist ratings from last night's debate.
Oof.
Like,
Just oof.
this is the New
Why the
York
black people in
Times.
center?
Because DEI.
Because we know.
Why are they in
No.
the center? They want to say Biden won, but they know
Because
they can't.
Trump man bad.
So as I spoke to voters at a Las Vegas rally for Vice President Harris, a Nevada Biden campaign staffer followed me and twice asked that voters end their interviews when their comments turned critical of President Biden. One undecided voter, Stephen Stubbs, said he wished Biden would step aside and let Harris be the presidential nominee. The staffer interrupted, saying, quote, I'm going to stop it here. Sorry if I can. It's a Biden event. Is that okay?
No, you can't. Fuck off. We're going to continue your interview.
Like, he was Biden the next day.
Wait, he got over his cold.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too. They announced he had a cold halfway through, like an hour into the debate. The Biden campaign's like, oh, by the way, he had a cold.
White House
That was
insiders
cold.
report and confirm that Biden has had a cold.
Yeah. And you know what's hilarious? During this rally, he says, I didn't have a cold. I had a sore throat.
He's got more trials coming up.
I thought you said fuck him up, but it's lock him up.
Time for that.
No, we'll go
Look.
fuck him up.
Yeah, there's time for that. But you know what I want people to pay attention. Look at the time. He's in Raleigh, North Carolina, so he's in the Eastern time zone. 1:24 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
So it's 1:24 p.m. That's fine. Okay.
I mean,
Hasn't sundowned yet.
Go ahead.
What time was what was the local
The
time?
debate was 9 p.m. Eastern.
Ooh, well
Yeah.
past his bedtime.
Well
past bedtime.
Paul Krugman in the New York Times on the 12th of the 2nd, so 12th of February, Biden is in full possession of his faculties, completely lucid and with excellent grasp of detail. He just has a stutter. It's true that many voters think the president's age is an issue, but there's perception and then there's reality. As anyone who has recently spent time with Biden, and I have, can tell you, he is in full possession of his faculties, completely lucid and with an excellent grasp of detail. Of course, most voters don't get to see him up close, and it's on Biden's team to address that. And yes, he speaks quietly and a bit slowly, although this is in part because of his lifetime struggle with stuttering. Bullshit.
He doesn't have a stutter.
He also, by the way, has a sense of humor, which I think is important.
Doesn't have a sense of humor either.
3 months later, I'm in Warsaw talking about the future of the European economy, so I'm late to this party. But I'll have a blog post up soon with very reluctantly making the case for Biden, the best president of my adult life, to step aside in favor of Harris.
He's better than Clinton. He's better than Obama.
Really?
Hang on, Paul.
Why are you asking the best president of your lifetime to step down?
It's that look. These kind of things, like the best president of my adult life, carry about as much
Get him
weight
out.
as Vivek Ramaswamy saying President Trump is the best president of my life. No, these aren't the best fucking people. Give me a fucking break.
In fairness,
ease off with the fucking history on it.
In fairness,
absolute
Vivek
fucking
is a year younger
knob
than
goblins.
me, so that statement is true.
What? No.
Vivek is a year younger than me. He's born in 85. So for him to say Trump is the best of his adult life.
And Reagan was alive at the time. Like, Reagan was
Adult
president at
life.
the time.
Come
So,
on.
Reagan would have been, 80, something like that? Vivek would
no,
have
but
been
he
in
said
diapers.
of my, like, so
Adult life. Adult
irrespective.
life.
Like, Krugman's much older. So, ridiculous.
But I mean,
absolute
adult life.
Absolute hysteria. Like, to fucking even pretend that.
Yeah.
And again, this person makes a lovely reminder of how Paul Krugman in 1998 said that the internet will have no greater impact on the economy than the fax machine.
Love
Being,
it.
Nobel Prize winning
Oh,
economist, people.
That's almost as bad
A
as
Nobel Prize in economics does not mean you are right in economics every fucking time.
It's almost as bad as Bill Gates about NRAM.
It's like Obama and peace,
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Obama's Peace Prize came by being elected. That was it.
Yeah, he
He
doesn't know
hadn't
anything
fucking
about it.
negotiated shit, and he
Same
escalated
reason-
almost every
Same
year.
reason Paul Krugman doesn't know anything about economics. Yeah.
But yes, this is from the New York Times editorial board. To serve his country, President Biden should leave the race. So this is the full editorial board.
Come on, man.
President Biden has repeatedly and rightfully described the stakes in this November presidential election as nothing less than the future of American democracy. Donald Trump has proved himself to be a significant jeopardy to that democracy, an erratic and self-interested figure unworthy of the public trust. He systematically attempted to undermine the integrity of elections. His supporters have described publicly a 2025 agenda that would give him power to carry out the most extreme of his promises and threats. If he's returned to office, he's vowed to be a different kind of president, unrestrained by the checks on power built into the American political system. Mr. Biden has said that he is the candidate with the best chance of taking on this threat of tyranny and defeating it. His argument rests largely on the fact that he beat Mr. Trump in 2020. That is no longer a sufficient rationale for why Mr. Biden should be the Democratic nominee this year. At Thursday's debate, the president needed to convince the American public that he was equal to the formidable demands of the term. Voters, however, cannot expect to ignore what was instead plain to see. Mr. Biden is not the man he was 4 years ago. You fucking liars. He is exactly the man he was 4 years ago. He's no fucking different than the guy he was. Like, he's a little bit worse.
I think it's the implication is that no, he's actually worse than what he was 4 years ago.
He's fucking way worse. He's been an admirable president. I obviously can't read the rest of the fucking article because it didn't archive properly.
No, man, it's all just more Biden cock gobbling. So.
Yes. Here we have Frank Luntz saying from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Biden is dependably engaged. Many of his public events in front of cameras are held within those hours.
Well, certainly in Depends.
Oh, this is from the Axios article. We'll go through the Axios article.
Definitely in Depends. Either way.
The two Joe Bidens, the night America saw the other one. The past 36 hours showcased two Bidens, the veteran president rallying voters in a swing state, and an 81-year-old man struggling to string thoughts together in a debate. Why it matters. The public split screen isn't new to many inside the White House, where top aides have meticulously stage-managed minutiae such as Biden's sleep schedule, his orthopedic shoes, his walk to Marine One, and his climb aboard Air Force One to try and blunt concerns about his age. Internally, many aides have seen flashes of an absent-minded Biden, but typically brush them off as ordinary brain farts because they usually see him engaged, 8 current and former Biden officials told Axios. But Thursday's debate had shattered the White House efforts to show Biden at his best, a president capable of serving until 2029, when he'll be 86 years old. Driving the news in this debate against Donald Trump, Biden often looked lost or slack-jawed and delivered meandering answers in a hoarse voice. But he had a cold, you see. Some campaign aides projected calm Friday and framed the debate as just a bad night that they'd recover from. Other Biden aides, donors, and senior Democrats were deeply shaken as Trump and other crowing Republicans questioned his fitness for office. Beyond the politics of whether Biden can beat Trump again, the aides expressed new worries about whether the president can carry out his duties through another 4-year term. I'd be concerned he can carry out his duties to fucking January. I guess as long as nothing in the world happens between 4 p.m. and 10 a.m., perfectly fine. So Hezbollah, China.
But wait. We've always got Kamala to rely on.
Well, that's the problem. She doesn't have the right to do anything if he's asleep.
He has to be dead or completely.
No, he has to fucking sign a letter or be.
He has to be incapacitated.
Like he has to sign a letter relinquishing
You don't
himself from
think
the
there's
office.
a letter that's already been signed that's just sitting in someone's desk that one of his?
That's fucking terrifying.
It is. It is fucking terrifying. But you don't think there's already a letter that says,
Jill would have his power of attorney, and as soon as he goes into a vegetative state, boom, Jill hands it over.
No,
Honestly,
but that's the fucking. This is the thing you guys don't understand.
Presidential.
The 25th Amendment doesn't only automatically executes on the death of the president. When the president dies, the vice president becomes the acting president. That's it. It doesn't self-execute if the president is unconscious. For example, when George Bush was getting a colonoscopy. He was put under
for a day or an hour or two.
He was put under general anesthetic.
Yeah.
When he was put under general anesthetic, before he was put under general anesthetic, he signed a letter temporarily transferring power to, basically saying, at this time I am unable to discharge my duties as president. I am temporarily transferring my powers of president to my vice president, Dick Cheney. At that point, Dick Cheney, by law, under the 25th Amendment, became the acting president with all the powers and responsibilities thereof. He can act as the president. If Bush did not sign a letter to that effect, there is no president.
But
there is
Kamala
no
Harris
one in
could
the
just-
chain. There is nothing that automatically happens that makes her the president.
No, she'd
while
have to be
while Biden is asleep, he's still the president.
Yes, we know.
If Biden has a stroke and is brain dead,
He's still
as long
president.
as he is still breathing, he is still the fucking president.
Yeah, it's specifically
Section-
death or resignation. Section 4 is where Kamala would just do it without him and say, "No, you're in it. You." She has to get like massive.
She would
votes of
have,
the Senate.
but that's the thing.
She
That's what I mean. It's not self-executing. She would need to get the letter. Like she would need to get the fucking
Senate,
get the cabinet together, and deliver a letter to the Senate saying that the majority of the cabinet and herself would have to declare him incapable of discharging his duties as president.
Yeah.
That takes time. That takes fucking time. This is the
plus
problem.
she needs 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate to vote that.
No, but that's afterwards.
To keep it.
Because what happens when you invoke the 20?
It
When you
doesn't
invoke
matter.
Section 4, there's a trial. The president can say, "Hang on, I'm not incapable."
Yeah,
and
she
a trial is held in the. I think it's a joint session.
Okay, so if he went,
I may be wrong. That's never actually happened.
And she only becomes acting president in that case anyway. She does
Even
not
if he
actually-
dies,
yeah.
she stays acting president.
That's right. She doesn't
Until
become
you
the
are
47th
elected,
president.
you don't become president.
Yeah.
So yeah, this
I
is the
think
fucking
have to
danger.
Joe Biden will allow that.
president, he would have to literally sign a piece of paper.
He would have to sign a piece of paper, discharge.
Yeah, you have to step down himself
temporarily.
or
He can do
die.
it. He should do it every fucking night. Every fucking time he goes to sleep, it should be, all right, Kamala, you're in. You're
Hey
the
Joe,
acting
it's
president.
4 p.m.
Yeah, realistically, if that's what it takes to get him to fucking January, then
Can you imagine if there's some 22-year-old intern who every night just walks in at the end of business and goes, "Oh, hey Joe, remember that thing we sign every night? Here, sign it again." And he
What's
just
to say
signs it
there
away
isn't
every
one
night.
already?
That's
Dude,
what I mean.
there's-
Like how a
the
22-year-old
president has an auto pen.
Oh, they could just make it happen.
Yeah.
President
There's,
Biden
there's
presses
literally
the
a,
button.
there's literally a machine that signs the president's name on documents. because wow, Nick Ricada's in here. What the fuck? No, there's literally
Wish
a
you $1
fucking
million, you fat fucker.
there's literally a device called the auto pen which signs the president's name and is legally binding on the plethora of fucking documents that the president has to sign and cannot possibly fucking sign. Like he would be in the Oval Office signing every fucking minute of every day.
So how does
So
that
they
work?
have the
Does he
auto
have to
pen do all the signing.
authorize certain
Well,
things? Like, yes, authorize.
the idea is that he's authorized these things to he's hand waved them and then they get signed. But how the fuck do I prove that? It's the same as Trump. I've declassified these things. It's a hand wave. I've just approved it.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, honestly, like I was saying, it wouldn't surprise me if they do have a piece of paper that's signed that they backdate
in an envelope that's like,
He's-
here you go.
it's in the, yeah.
Like,
That's all
Jill's
they have
got
to
it
do.
in their nightstand.
Joe's done it before anyway. Kamala is the first female acting president anyway. She's already been acting president. She was like
He went in for
45
surgery,
for
didn't he?
like 45 minutes. She was acting president.
Because he went on a general, didn't he?
Yeah, just had a colonoscopy.
Yeah. Okay.
But nobody has invoked Section 4. No president has ever been
no
removed
president's
from
ever been
Section 4.
removed
It's
from office
never
like that,
happened. So
beyond the politics of whether Biden can be, because that's the thing too. When Reagan was shot in '84, I want to say, maybe
yeah,
83.
H.W. Bush did not assume the powers of acting president.
Yeah,
Reagan remained president.
Reagan was under general anesthetic, being like in surgery, and nobody was president. Reagan was president. So,
physician to the president, Daniel Rouge, who supervised Reagan's treatment immediately after the shooting, said he had erred by not having Reagan in. So, okay, I read it wrong. So the physician regrets not making Reagan transfer the power.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Like I said, it doesn't. It's not self-executing.
It's got to be dead. You have to die. You have to die or resign.
The only time it is self-executing is when you are dead.
Or
when
you
the president
resign.
dies. That's it.
Or you resign. Or you resign.
Wait, but that's not self-executing.
That's not self-executing.
Section. It's the same thing. Section
No.
1. Death.
Yes,
it's literally the same fucking sentence.
Tim,
idiot.
what he's
If I
saying-
say I resign, I'm executing it.
He's saying that it doesn't just
It
automatically.
doesn't automatically trigger, as in no one
doing
needs to do anything. The act of doing something is the signing it. So like resigning.
In the case of the removal of president, that's
Yep.
But that has a fucking. That's not self-executing. There's an outside force executing it. Either the Reaper, like the Reaper is the outside force, I guess. So even then, it's not self-executing. So it's never self-executing. The cholesterol executes it. Friday, Biden eased some of those concerns with a full-throated campaign rally where he found a more comfortable setting with a cheering crowd and a teleprompter. He also acknowledged he'd done poorly the night before and cast himself as a survivor who bounces back. I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to, he said to roars from the crowd in Raleigh, North Carolina. But I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done.
No, he fucking doesn't.
Wrong.
Thank you,
wrong,
South Dakota.
Wrong.
Between the lines, Biden's miscues and limitations are more familiar inside the White House. The time of day is important as to which of the two Bidens will appear. From 10 till 4, Biden is dependably engaged, and many of his public events in front of cameras are held within those hours.
Bidens. It's one Biden. You've been hiding one of them from the entire fucking world. The rest of us have known what's been happening for the last fucking better half of a decade.
Yep.
Fuck these people.
Well, let's not. Hang on. Do I still have it? Oh, did I close it?
Afterwards, CNN's cameras captured First Lady Jill Biden gingerly helping her husband descend the few stairs by the podium. Fucking hell. We saw Obama escort Biden off the stage like last week or the week before. Biden is fucking inept. Physically, mentally.
Let's not forget this ditty.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for a debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make
How
my
can he
day,
show up for a
pal.
debate that doesn't
I'll even
fucking
do it
exist?
twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear
Cut.
you're free on Wednesdays. Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 20.
Yeah, but that's just the way that they do things now. It's all jump cuts. That's the way content is made in 2024.
That's a cope.
It's literally true. Everybody does jump cuts when they're
I
making
know.
clips. It's all jump cuts.
Even Trump.
Yes.
Okay.
Outside of that time range or while traveling abroad, Biden is more likely to have verbal miscues and become fatigued, aides told Axios. Thursday's 90-minute debate began at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Afterwards, CNN captured First Lady Jill Biden gingerly helping her husband descend the one stair, not the few stairs, the one stair.
Oh, I thought it looked like it was.
It looks like multiples, but there's only one step. There's one step,
okay.
and then there's some lines.
So
Well, it'd be the
there's
stage,
definitely-
the floor, and one step in between. So that'd be, maybe that's how they say few.
It's one step. The few steps is bullshit. What
is
they're saying?
Axios?
The White House spokesperson Andrew Bates told Axios that there is one Joe Biden who works his heart out fighting for families like the one he grew up in, in Scranton, and who, because of his determination, experience, and decency, keeps achieving unprecedented results for them. Some of the close-knit Biden aides who prepped him for the debate told confidants they were optimistic beforehand and that he'd done well in the practice sessions. The vast majority of Biden aides agreed that the debate was damaging but disagree on the extent. Having an early debate was meant to make up a polling deficit to Trump rather than to fall further behind. By having it in June, Biden's team has several months to recover. And that's the thing. He only just caught Trump this week. Only just caught Trump this week in national polling, which I realistically don't mean shit. Like, that national polling is worthless because who cares if you win? Like, Biden's going to win, like, California by 5 million votes and run up the score. Same as he did, like that's how he won by, like, so many votes. That's how Hillary won by so many votes. It doesn't matter. That's not where it's decided. And that's all national polls reflect. They reflect a nationwide feeling for the person.
Hmm.
So yeah, he only just caught up, and then this. So I'm very curious to see the polling next week. Because the second the debate ended, the polling started.
He'll have exceeded Trump next week. The sympathy will kick in.
No,
we'll see.
I don't know.
We'll
Look,
see.
5% looks. If he goes down 5%, that's a disaster. I think it's going to be more than that.
5 points.
Yeah.
No, people are already.
He will go down initially, but it will recover over time.
The Democrats are already circling the wagons for him. You've already got people out there saying,
all of them.
I will vote for a severed brain in a jar.
Yeah, that's the
I vote for Donald
33%, man. That's the 33%.
That was a 12-point swing from before and after. 12-point swing.
I know.
On CNN.
I know.
Okay, so these people were already primed to believe.
Again, and I think that polling base was completely rigged in order to produce those results because they know that Joe's on the way out. That wasn't a surprise. None of those results were a surprise. And here we go. And here we fucking go. Mr.
Obama,
Third
bad
Term
debate
himself.
nights happen. Trust me, I know. But this election is still a choice between someone who's fought for ordinary folks, blah, yada, yada. But look, they say this, and it's entirely performative. It is entirely. I guarantee you, Obama is on the phone, to everybody, trying to fucking figure out a way out of this. Guaranteed. He'll say this publicly.
More calming people down.
He'll be saying this publicly, but in reality, it'll be, we have to fix this. We need a solution.
Who do we swap Joe with?
How do we execute this? Doesn't want it.
Doesn't matter.
I can't imagine that happening.
I can. She's black.
She's black.
So is Kamala.
No,
but she's not black enough.
Even black people don't think Kamala's black. She's Obama's wife. She's generally kept her head out of trouble. She hasn't kept black people in jail longer than their sentences, for example.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
And she's a lawyer by trade, like her husband. So
the trans memes that had come out if she became president.
Big Mike, but she's dark horse candidate. No pun intended.
No, every pun intended. Don't lie, Tim.
Don't lie to
No,
us, Tim.
because Kamala's Michelle's darker than Kamala, so okay, maybe pun intended.
So Nate Silver put this poll out. If there was some sort of high stakes emergency, like an unconfirmed report of a nuclear launch, who do you rather have as president right now? Look at that fucking split.
Again, brain in a jar.
That's a fucking dead heat.
Yeah, I don't know if this is.
I can't imagine anybody picking. I'd still pick fucking Joe Biden over Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Brian Still says, hosts on NBC very skeptical at a contested convention, but they're having the conversation.
The issue that you were talking about, Nicole, in terms of whether or not President Biden.
Skivvy says the Dems need to sub in Nikki Haley.
I'm not discounting the possibility.
I fucking am. Come on.
Biden's position on the ticket is safe.
Non-zero chance.
David Plouffe saying, of course, that's
Maybe
not going to
1%.
happen. Like that's a fantasy, saying that's, you either need to right the ship or do the thing that's not going to happen, which is to replace him on the ticket.
While they're saying this, remember that these are professional political pundits, like of the journalist class, who we expect to know all this stuff.
You might expect them to know all this stuff.
Well,
everybody
should expect them to know this stuff. I'm
they
a
are,
fucking.
they are
I'm
corporate pundits.
I'm a retard from
know,
Australia, and I know this stuff.
I don't expect them to know anything. They are corporate pundits from the media. They are paid to say whatever the fuck they're told to say.
Yeah, but these guys cover like conventions.
These guys read off of a few notes in front of them and then go home, have coke, and have orgies with each other. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know anything.
Please don't ever say that. Don't ever say that again. I don't ever want to have the vision of like
Rachel Maddow and Nick
Joy-Ann Reid and Rachel Maddow in an orgy. Thank you. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's true though. Like
the fact that people are talking about
disgusting.
it, if it's not an option, only seeks to further weaken the perception, weaken the standing of President Biden. The question is whether you're hearing that it is an option, that there is some viable
legal.
means of
I
doing
mean,
it.
I spoke to an election lawyer. It is legal, and the way it happens is Joe Biden releases his delegates ahead of the convention, and you can't do it on the first vote, but I think on the second vote they can go somewhere else. So it is.
Yes, this is what I have been saying for fucking months. Like, it's not a lock. You can replace him. He just needs to agree to be replaced.
Legal. It is possible. And I think when people say it won't happen, it's because they think Joe Biden would never do it for the reasons.
I don't
Roy
think
already
they're that
articulated.
bad.
He's the only person
They keep the
who beat
coke to
Trump.
themselves.
And he believes, and he has some reason to believe this, that he's the only one who can.
And to amplify that, someone actually sent me the rules, and so
the rules are circulating.
And so people are, and this is.
She sounds
again,
panicked.
This is not us saying that this is going to happen. No one is saying it's going to happen. It's very unlikely.
I am.
But just to note that the Republican convention has 110 unbound delegates. The Democratic Party has 771 unbound delegates. Now, that does not mean that those unbound delegates will do anything. There are 3,000 delegates that happen on the first ballot. It takes 1,951 delegates to win.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 1,976 delegates to win. It's all in numbers.
I was off by 40.
Doing the math of it only matters if it's going to happen.
If it's going to happen.
So the question is whether it's going to happen. And I think that David Pluff's take on that is probably correct. And I think that Joe Biden's take on that is correct.
Yeah, I just
Wait,
don't
what
see
are they
it.
saying there?
You need-
That they're not going to swap Biden?
They're
now?
saying that they're not.
They're not gonna swap.
That Biden's not going to step down.
Yeah,
Yeah, but-
I have the issue that you need to convince Jill Biden that Joe needs to get swapped
Yeah,
out.
Jill calls all the shots. Jill's the only one.
Jill's the one
whose voice
who's
actually matters. in
Hey,
this
hey,
scenario.
Yeah.
hey, ho, Joseph Biden's got to go. Hey, hey.
No, but Joe needs another lollipop and gold star. So he needs another debate.
That was so cringe. Like, but yes, Axios also has this column. Behind the curtain, Biden oligarchy will decide fate.
That's brave fucking wording of you, Mike
Like,
and Jim.
fucking face. Like, mask off. I haven't seen this many masks just being ripped off since COVID.
That's what I mean. It's like everyone's lockstep with this now.
Forget the pundits. Ignore New York Times editorials and columnists. Tune out people popping off on X. The only way President Biden steps aside, despite his debate debacle, is if the same small group of lifelong loyalists who enable his run suddenly and shockingly decide it's time for him to call it quits.
Yeah, his handlers.
Why it matters. Dr. Jill Biden, his younger sister Valerie Biden, and 85-year-old Ted Kaufman, the president's longtime friend and constant advisor, plus a small band of White House advisors are the only Biden deciders. This decades-long kitchen cabinet operates as an extended family, council of elders, and governing oligarchy. This is the press just out and out saying it. That these people who run to really run.
They've
away.
been given permission to say it now. They've had the ability to say it this whole time, but they're too afraid.
Ladies and gentlemen, these allies alone hold sway over decisions big and small in Biden's life and presidency. So the lives of 330 odd million Americans,
Plus the illegals.
I was just about to say plus 18 million, so not undocumented migrants, illegal aliens. I think he referred to them as illegal aliens too.
He
Possibly.
did.
So,
No possibility
again?
about it. He called them illegal aliens in the debate.
That's the right term.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's now going to have to go back and resend that again.
The word illegal appears in the in the transcript 3 times. So let's see. At 6:05, is that Trump? Trump says illegal. Nobody even thought that was possible. The issue of immigration and border security present by a record number of migrants. Oh, no, that's a question. This one there, 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. Oh, that was his incoherent answer.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, let's watch this one. This was fucking Trump. Like this was the end. This was the absolute end of the fucking debate.
That not only changed all of that, he takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? In fact, if the
God damn it.
7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me, endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages.
Who built the cages, Joe?
The families were separated. That's not the right way to go.
Should be
what
fucking
I've done
separated.
since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban.
Absolute bullshit, Joe.
The total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look,
like just look at Joe's face.
The safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave.
Second question. They cut away, like straight up. They went, "Oh, quick,
open
go
up
to
our border, open up our
go to full
country
screen Trump."
to people that are from prisons.
This is down. It's like,
insane asylum. Terrorists. We have the largest number of
is he-
terrorists coming
is he
into our
right?
country
Hello,
right now. All
darkness,
terrorists,
my old
all
friend.
over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East,
Talk to
everywhere.
you
All over the world, they're pouring
again.
in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him.
Check true.
But
He called him
Brandon, just speak to them.
Oh, that was great.
Brandon.
look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you,
caravans.
President Trump.
See what I mean about the timing?
Yeah, he's practiced.
Like he's fucking practiced. I'm fucking so impressed.
Yeah. He didn't go like he had a script in his mind, but he definitely
He'd rehearsed a lot of these answers. Like, yeah, which is what you're supposed to do. Fucking supposed to do. Yeah,
Barron is
if
on
only you
his
knew how things
campaign
really
team,
are.
and no one can convince me otherwise. Someone is coaching him about his optics in public
Yes,
now.
he called him Brandon.
Yep. That was hilarious. You better talk to him, Brandon.
Maybe that was Vivek.
And I bet it was Barron who pointed out the Brandon meme.
Remember, that's racist, RC. It's not Vivek. It's Vivek, like cake. Or fake.
No, I'll stick to my racist ways.
Bloody fucking bloody you, bloody bastard.
Fuck you, bloody! Fuck you, bloody! Bloody fuck you! The president engaged in no organised process outside his family in deciding to run for a second term. Then Biden alone made the decision, people close to him tell us. So he didn't even fucking talk to his kitchen cat. Like, he talked to his family about running again. And that's it. Didn't even talk to the party. Didn't talk to anybody.
Well, the party would have been like, It's okay. It's
Please don't.
Oh, that makes sense why Obama was kind of like pushing him back when he did announce that, Joe, you don't have to do this.
I don't
you don't
know
have
if-
to.
I don't know if anybody remembers, but my wife and I both distinctly remember him during the primary saying that he'll only be a one-term president. He's only going
I
to
actually do remember that.
win. He's going to beat Trump, and then he's going to be done. It's going to be like just to return normalcy, return honor and dignity to the White House,
Demo, what
which
you're
he's done
failing
such a
to
fantastic
realise-
job of doing.
What you're failing to realize is that Biden thinks this is 2020.
Yeah.
That's
It's the same
the
again.
issue. He's still only going to be a one-term president. He just forgets the last
Yeah.
4 years.
If Biden stays in, it's for the same reason he decided to run again. He and his oligarchy believe he has a much better chance of beating former President Trump than Vice President Harris does. Biden allies
That's
have planned out
actually
the
true.
scenario and see little chance of anyone beside Harris winning the nomination if he stepped aside. Wrong. Is the Democratic Party going to deny the nomination to the first woman, the first black American, the first... No, what?
South Asia, because
No.
she's Indian.
You've had the first black American.
Bill Clinton.
Yeah, that's right. And the first South Asian American to be elected vice president? Like, come on. Like, yes, they will.
Wait, hang on. The first black American.
Yeah, apparently
and-
Obama, they've just erased
and-
Obama.
hang on.
He was never
to
a
be
black.
elected VP.
He was clearly a white. Look at his
These
hair.
are these are
Clearly white.
these are separate qualifiers. The first woman, the first black American, and the first South Asian American.
To be
Well,
elected.
this one's not a qualifier.
It's the first VP
is.
who's the first VP.
Oh yes, to be
who's
elected
met all-
VP. Yeah, sorry,
To be
yes, you're
elected
right.
VP. It's. They really needed another.
These allies privately think Harris would struggle to pull moderate and swing voters and would enhance Trump's chances. Harris fares only 1 or 2 points worse than Biden in polls with margins of sampling error that are much larger than that, the Washington Post found. The intrigue. We're told Democratic congressional leaders are the one outside force that could bring pressure on Biden. They're getting calls and texts from panicked lawmakers who fear Biden's weakness could cost them cost the party the House and Senate seats in November.
Because it will.
This is win-win. Like even if Biden wins, the House is going to stay with the Republicans, and probably the Senate's probably going to swing back. This is no longer about Joe.
It'll be 4
Joe
years of
Biden's-
nothing then, like absolutely nothing.
Yeah. This is no longer about Joe Biden's family or his emotions, said an advisor in constant touch with the West Wing. This is about our country. It's an utter fucking disaster that has to be addressed. It'll take a while for the oligarchy to process the stakes, this advisor argued, but there will be a reckoning. Biden insiders are already finding it easier than many realize to rationalize staying in. They argue, yes, he had a poor performance, but Biden can also dial up vigorous appearances like he did in Raleigh on Friday afternoon.
The drugs
Yeah,
don't
but
work
the
that
problem
well.
is-
Practice coping.
The
That
problem
behind the
is
scenes
that Trump is using a gigabit Ethernet modem, and Biden's on dial-up still. That's
Yeah. Behind the scenes juxtaposition plays out daily. Sometimes he's on his game, sharper than people would think, and quicker on his feet. But often it's the Biden you saw on the debate stage, tired, slow, halting. Top Democrats saw what America saw live on national TV, vividly and unforgettably. They can't unsee it, and they fear voters won't unsee it. No longer can they blame critics or edited footage or media exaggeration. Every misstep, every verbal hiccup or frozen face will zip across social media and TV, reminding voters Biden will be 86 years old at the end of his second term. Honestly, how old he is at the end of his term doesn't fucking matter. How old you are at the start matters.
did they have a breakdown on how many people actually watched it? Like estimated how many people watched the
I think it was
debate?
something like 50 million people. But
Oh,
most
that's
people
way too
switched
many
off.
people. Oh, yeah. If you were supporting Biden and you saw that performance, you would totally switch off.
Trump debate, CNN Biden debate draws 51.3 million viewers, a major drop from 2020. People are over it. And this is spot on too. There's no
I
more.
think
There's no more
no,
like
no,
he's
that was-
vigorous. He's like
Going back to the other point, that was for TV viewers. I think people have moved from TV to to YouTube. Well, it's just YouTube because I don't think they were on Rumble.
Let's have a look at.
And so, what was the views for the CNN?
Rumble crashed though because of all that streaming.
But I don't think CNN was directly feeding into Rumble.
No, but everyone else
I think
was.
it was just. Well, yeah. The issue is you can't count those because that's really hard to capture those numbers. You can only really capture the width of source. So you have the TV, then you also have the CNN YouTube channel.
I don't understand this platform at all.
What are you looking for?
I was about to ask you, what are you doing?
I don't know, like trending or something. Like, who fucking knows? Absolute fucking brain crack. The absolute truth. They need to tell him about the absolute truth about where he is. Said a well-known Democrat who often talks to the president. Loyalty doesn't mean blind loyalty. Candidates for House, Senate, Governor, state legislature are going to be in survival mode. The well-known Democrat added, "They're not going to go down with the ship, and the ship is in a bad place." We're hearing some Biden family members are digging in, squinting at overnight polls for signs that undecided voters moved Biden's way because of Trump's statements at the debate. They know it was a disaster, said a source close to the family, but they think there's a glimmer of survival/hope. In a Biden campaign memo, independent voters moved to Biden in debate, officials wrote. Based on research we conducted during the debate, it's clear that more voters heard from Donald Trump, the more they remembered why they disliked him.
Okay.
Biden bolstered by a tweet from former President Obama. Bad debate nights happen. Trust me, I know. Sounds like he wants to stick it out. When you get knocked down, you get back up. Biden said to applause, reading from a teleprompter during a rally on Friday at the North Carolina State Fairgrounds. Folks, I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak, blah, 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 blah. Public backing of former presidents and current members of Congress says little about Biden's future. Most know him too well and too long to humiliate him in public. That's what I'm saying about Obama. Obama's not going to come out and say, "You need to fucking go." Instead, if he decides to go, it'll follow private conversations with them, then a decision with his oligarchy. Remember, it's under 8 weeks until Biden is ratified as the official nominee. That's the clock to watch. What they're saying, James Carville, the raging Cajun who masterminded Bill Clinton's first presidential campaign in 1992 and now is a frequent TV pundit, will be 80 in October. He told us if that he appeared like Biden did during the debate, he'd want to be pulled off the tube. I never thought this was a nifty idea, Carville said of Biden's run. He said there are a few people the president really listens to. He doesn't have advisors, he has employees. When we pressed Carville on whether he thinks Biden will be off the ticket by Election Day, he said he thinks so. He invoked a famous quote by late economist Herb Stein, which Carville paraphrased as, "That which can't continue won't." So, yeah, James Carville thinks he's done. Here's some cope from Newsweek. Did cold medication affect Biden's debate performance? No. Bettridge's law of headlines continues undefeated. Bettridge's law of, for those who may not be aware, Bettridge's law of news headlines states that if a newspaper headline or news headline ends in a question mark, the answer is no.
Yep.
Watch Bob Woodward on President Biden's debate performance.
Biden's performance was so bad, so awful. The way I look at it as a reporter, there must be some explanation. What really happened? Biden's performance was so bad.
There must be an explanation. Yeah. We've been fucking lied to this entire time. So this is from the Wall Street Journal. Again, it's fucking blocked, so I can't actually get the whole story. But there's some bits and pieces. Biden. So at the G7, Biden missed the summit's dinner party in a medieval castle, an off-camera and less scripted part of the summit, when leaders often exchange views most candidly. He was the only G7 leader to not attend the meal. The White House told reporters in advance he wouldn't be there because it would be a jam-packed 2 days of meetings. Officials said that Biden's performance and focus can vary hugely between meetings and even within a meeting. Two senior European officials cited an EU-US summit last October in Washington where Biden had struggled to follow the discussions. Both said that he stumbled over his talking points at several moments, requiring Secretary of State Anthony Blinken to intervene and point out the lines he should use. Like, this is precisely what I said would happen. The stories would start to come out over the weekend. And it would ramp up. So here's more from the Wall Street Journal. Yet they had already become increasingly apparent in Washington's corridors of power and across the world for months. In interviews, top officials abroad and Democrats said they have witnessed other moments when Biden's behavior concerned them. Some were quickly relieved when Biden appeared to regain his footing. Others were left shaken by the experience. European officials had already expressed worries in private about Biden's focus and stamina before Thursday's debate, with some senior diplomats saying they had tracked a noticeable deterioration in the president's faculties in meetings since last summer. There were real doubts about how Biden could successfully manage a second term, but one senior European diplomat said U.S. administration officials in private discussions denied there was any problem. Massive cope. And this, so Time magazine updated their August cover. It's fucking devastating. Have a look.
Oh my God.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Panic.
Sure, that's not a meme.
And no, this is not a meme. This is literally Time magazine. This is their August cover. This is their cover for August 5th.
Oh my God.
A month and a half in advance.
Here's the fucking website, Tim.
Sorry, I'm not looking. I'm looking somewhere else. Like it's
not a meme. I thought it was a meme. Like
That's what I mean.
I understand. I thought it was a meme. I went looking for it and I found it. And this is literally the fucking cover of Time.
Again, it just reinforces my fucking argument that this was all pre-planned. Everybody has known that Biden is incompetent. This plan to throw him under the fucking bus was established well before the debate. It didn't happen during the debate. The panic, I think, maybe half true. I think some brainwashed fuckwits genuinely have panicked because they've been ignorant for the past 7 fucking years.
I think
all of a sudden, Time has a cover
panic
in place for this. Everybody's got all of their options pre-planned.
There is panic. No, there's panic. It's the media that's panicked. That's the issue.
It's the media. I have absolutely no doubt that there are members of the Democratic Party wetting the bed big time.
There are,
especially those that
now,
don't
all the
have
media
a
is
lot of
immediately
margins in their
lockstep.
states.
All the media is immediately lockstep as soon as the debate's over. No, someone has given the call. Right, it's Joe's time to go. Start running the counter stories. Start running the stories that we prepped in advance. Time, get your cover ready. Here's everything that we've written in advance in case we have to execute Plan C and throw Joe under the bus. We didn't want to have to do this, but we have to. Let's just get it over with. Like, none of this panic and fear is genuine. They knew this was a possibility. The cat is out of the bag. Anyone who's trying
to be fair, like that Time picture, they'll probably take like what 10, 15 minutes for a competent Photoshopper to create.
All of a
I
sudden,
could whip that up into fucking 10 minutes.
All of a sudden you're putting it on the August cover.
So.
You're putting it on the August cover, so you're not replacing the July
which
cover.
tells me that it's probably more of a panicked response.
The July cover has probably already gone to print.
Yeah, well, July.
I suppose this 30th.
Well, isn't Time worldwide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, fair point on that part.
So let's watch some segments from.
The police are coming after me.
Hello there. Welcome to a special edition of Planet America's Fireside Chat. I'm John Barron.
Have you never seen Planet America?
I don't watch.
I don't watch the national broadcaster.
Right? I don't watch TV, let alone the national broadcaster. No, so
Okay.
I don't.
So
know
this
who
guy's
these
name. This guy's name's John Barron.
Hang on, I know Chaz. He's from the Chaser.
And this is Chaz. Yeah.
Exactly.
I remember him from the Chaser.
Licordello, yeah.
And I'm a special edition of Chaz the Chadello. The
Special
first
edition,
Biden-Trump
Chaz, that's
debate
right.
of
You always
2024
were.
is done and dusted, so I guess
Let's get dusty.
It was very dusty indeed. Joe Biden, he apparently had a head cold. But the problem for Joe Biden was he looked like a very, very old, feeble man with a head cold. Have you ever seen a worse debate performance than that?
No.
You didn't have a
no,
head
I haven't.
cold.
Okay, as for the head
Fucking
cold,
Stop it.
the fact they didn't mention it before the debate, they mentioned it after the debate.
Yeah.
That says a lot, I think.
Expectations for Joe Biden had been set very, very low by Donald Trump.
On that note,
yes,
the good news for Joe Biden, and there isn't much good news, but the good news for him is now there's absolutely no doubt he does not take performance-enhancing drugs.
Yes, he probably should have. We don't know what he was taking, but look,
drugs.
there are
No, beforehand.
What?
Literally, why is this even a debate? Yes, Joe is on fucking drugs, and they're not working anymore.
No,
they're not working anymore. They couldn't even get through.
No,
this
he's
debate.
he's an old man who they've established
it's a
is only
joke.
he's
It was
only
a joke.
I don't.
He's
believe
only
that
functional
Chaz is
between
entirely
10 and 4.
joking here.
No, if Biden were on drugs, I'd expect him to be able to perform at 9 p.m.
Yeah.
I don't.
And the rally the
Meth
next
is a hell
day
of a
was at
drug.
was at midday, the middle of the fucking day. Of course, he's fucking hasn't sundowned. But from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is when you can use Joe Biden. Other than that, he's fucking out of it.
Yeah, they don't have drugs that work on sundowning patients. There's no drug that works on
Like,
sundowning.
I don't think you can drug someone to make that better. Like I don't know.
I think Biden has
even
been drugged up the entire time. Every time he goes out in public, he's drugged up.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
See
but
how he
still,
acts
come
when
to
he's
4 p.m. sundowning, even if he's high up on drugs.
So he could be taking melatonin. But that would fuck with his sleep schedule.
Like,
But
is everyone
Chase
going to
is-
tell me that Biden was not drugged up in the 2020 debate?
No, he was.
We
but-
saw the difference back then. The drugs aren't fucking working
Yeah.
anymore.
Tim, the chaser were like, oh, yeah, haha, lol, he wasn't on drugs. This proves it. That it was a bad joke that didn't land.
I don't believe that Chaz is even entirely joking about it. That's the thing. It's the ABC, remember? I don't believe Chaz is entirely joking about it. They're trying to let Biden down carefully.
So he could
because
be taking melatonin, which would fuck with his sleep cycle.
He's probably on a whole shitload of
He could be
narcotics.
taking
He's on whatever Jill agrees to let him be on.
acetylcholine and serenase inhibitors, which again would fuck with his sleep-wake cycle. Or he could be on antipsychotics, which would have a whole other fucking, which has a whole other fucking.
Wait, she on the
Issue.
Taylor Ricada cycle?
Joe's on whatever Jill lets him be on. Jill's
not a
calling the shots.
doctor.
We all know this.
Jill's a
Just
doctor.
as his
Dr.
wife.
Doctor.
Just as his
Dr.
wife
Pook
and
says
Tara
exactly
Materne.
the drug memes ignore the fact that dementia treatments are incredibly lackluster. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even a meme. It's just, the man
A lot
can't
of,
function.
I mean, the
without
entire
drugs.
debate was not good for Joe Biden. But there is one moment that will define this debate, possibly this election, and the next 4 years in the United States and indeed the world. I don't think it's possible to overstate.
I think you're trying to.
I don't think it's possible to overstate. This could, in fact, be the equivalent in political terms of when Lyndon Johnson was almost beaten in the New Hampshire primary by Senator Eugene McCarthy and dropped out of the presidential race
McCarthy.
as a result in 1968. He realised he couldn't win. That wasn't because of a gaffe, it was because of just an accumulation of political pressure and poor polling. If the polls tank next week for Joe Biden, as they very may well, then there's going to be tremendous pressure on him to go.
Yeah. No,
If the polls tank.
I can't believe I'm even contemplating that he could go because I've been the loudest voice saying that is insane when people say that. But it's hard to explain just how bad. I mean, it's not just that he was terrible, but he was terrible in exactly the way he could least afford to be terrible, in that he seemed so old. He didn't complete sentences.
Yeah.
Any sentences. Like,
Literally.
honestly, it's not an exaggeration to say he only completed maybe a tenth of the sentences he began.
Sometimes he got away with it, but this is the moment. Let's show you now.
let's show
Because...
See, I start playing something from Australia and Tem's like, I got to get in there.
Even though he
Trust me, I
claims
didn't
he
listen
hates.
to any of this.
You've been listening.
No, I was going to warn you that I'm really fucked up right now.
Oh, okay.
On drugs?
Yes.
Welcome to the stream, Nick.
What are we watching?
We're watching an Australian show called
Isn't that Billy
Planet
Johnson
America.
or Adam Johnson? What's his name?
Yes, it is. It's absolutely whoever you think it is, Tim.
Benny Johnson?
Yes, it's exactly that person.
Is that not that man on the left
Less
name?
than 10 minutes into
No,
the debate.
his name's
and
John
it really felt like the
Forget it all the
knockout
time.
blow. Have a look at yourself.
John Barron.
Making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
You won the game, Joe.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to.
I do like. So I've heard fact checks that like they're not putting them on Medicare or Social Security. Yeah, they're not putting them on Social Security. Yes, that is correct. But in California,
you
get Medicaid if you're an illegal.
Yep.
So yeah,
That's
they
where
are.
Gavin Newsom's from.
That's right.
And you can get WIC because WIC doesn't ask about your citizenship status.
You can also get cancer from California, so don't touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not allowed to ask citizenship because
exactly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks. Biden signals that he would serve only a single term. Back in 2019.
He's a corpse, of course.
Yeah,
A corpse is a corpse, of course. And no one can talk to a corpse, of course.
It
That
seems like
is,
a
of course,
children's
unless
rhyme
the
that I
horse
should
is the
know.
famous President
Mr.
Biden.
Dead. Mr. Dead. Mr. Dead, not Mr. Ed. Mr. Dead.
To single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security.
That actually summarised the whole debate.
Yeah.
Have Biden be confused, not make much sense. Trump turn it immediately into migration, which he ended almost every answer with migration.
He's just that lesbian on
and
the
then
right.
Trump makes some.
And here we go. Some wild claim. It's not a wild claim, Chaz. Again, you're a fucking government mouthpiece, so you aren't allowed to say the truth.
I feel like.
Wait, didn't
But
he
you
start
know that
this-
you know that he's not entirely wrong.
Didn't he start this interview with, "Oh yeah, no, but Biden didn't do that bad," and now he's like, "No, Biden got fucked up."
Again, it's the
No,
it's
he's
the,
the
it's
op-
the,
like, he's like,
it's the
this is
gentle
terrible.
lay down. They were trying to be honest about Biden's performance, but then they've got to make it about Trump. Oh, Trump tried to spin it into some big tale. No, he didn't. Trump was saying basically saying the truth. He got the terminology wrong, but the thrust of his argument was correct. Yes, the Democrats are trying to put illegal immigrants on some forms of welfare, whether that's Medicare or Medicaid or WICs, whatever it is. They're trying to give illegals federal government benefits.
That's a
You're not
bunch of
supposed to
malarkey, Eric. That's a bunch of
Yeah.
malarkey.
Yeah, but then Biden tried to.
I got a 6 handicap.
Yeah, on a driving range.
Wild
Again,
claims,
this is-
like suggesting that the migrants are going to be responsible for the end of Social Security, which makes no sense because they pay into the Social Security system but don't take out.
How
the
do they
Social
pay
Security
into
system.
Social Security? They're not supposed to be.
What? What
Well,
the fuck was that?
So if they've got jobs and
That's right. They're not
they
supposed
get
to have jobs.
W2s. Well, I know they're not
Male-
supposed to
male
have jobs.
transition.
That's what I mean. But this is the whole argument. Oh,
They'd work
they
cash in
pay-
hand. Like
They pay tax as well, so they should be citizens. That's where Chaz's logic ends up.
That's a woman.
They're not going to destroy Social Security because they're contributing to the pool of money, motherfucker.
my thing is, how the fuck do you get a Social Security? Like, if you want a job, you got to have a Social Security number, right?
You know how much effort it takes to get a fucking Social Security card? Like I'm trying to get a copy of mine, and it takes like you have to give like the blood of your firstborn son in order to get one.
I thought that was
If you're white and
a thing-
American.
I thought there was a thing in California where they would give you a temporary Social Security.
Mexicans and
something that
Pakis just
let
rock
you-
up and they just get one
Social
for
Security
free.
is a federal thing,
Go
like
out,
the
go
federal
have
government.
one.
The Social Security Administration has to handle that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Like for state, it'd probably be like driver's license or something like that.
Yeah, but there's something they give you, like from memory, there's something they give you that lets you work, and you put it down as a social security number that isn't a social security number. But lets you work.
3752619.
A taxation identifier number.
Something like that.
Because the social security number is not the only tax identifier number.
Well, I mean, look, the thing Chaz is trying to argue is that, well, if an illegal works for a company that does tax withholding, then they withhold the federal social security tax. But that's no different than every other employee. If you're a young person working in the US, you're paying into the social security that you're never going to get anyway.
It's kind of different because, like, theoretically, they're going to withhold like a month or like 6 weeks of pay versus a week.
People wonder why I don't watch the fucking news or the TV. And this is why. Because it's all lies. These people are fucking 5 years behind and they will never tell you the truth. Like,
yeah.
Nobody should be
They
watching
help the
this
social
shit.
security system and it not get called by Biden.
Right.
Biden let Trump go on endless, outrageous claims
Biden
that a
knows who's telling
competent
the
debater
truth.
would have called him on. Trump
What were
said
they?
so many really dumb things.
So many.
that Biden called him.
Actually, I think Chaz has the answer right here for who should run, like who should replace Biden.
Sure,
It should be John Edwards. Let's dig up John Edwards. What's he doing now?
The fucking medium, John Edwards, the
No,
fake
the
medium?
candidate from 2008. He's still
Yeah,
alive.
what
That's
I-
the lesbian again. Why do you keep
Why
showing
would I
this?
watch an Australian government program about American politics?
Chico, shut
Oh,
the
for
fuck up.
fuck's sake! The Australian government program. For God's
ABC.
sake, it's produced externally and sold to the ABC.
I don't want to see any more pictures of this lesbian
Government
man.
program for.
If you're airing shit on ABC News,
Oh yes, and BTN is Australian government programming.
what the fuck is BTN?
Behind the news.
I thought that was
The
a
thing
channel
they
10.
show to school kids.
Behind
I don't know. I didn't watch it during school.
Fucking or Monkey is Australian government propaganda because it airs on the ABC. It's fucking stupid.
on almost none of them, so they seem sensible. There was
weeks,
no fact
South
checking,
Park is,
so he got away with it.
Right, and that was important as well, because
Doctor
for
Who's
weeks we've been
government
talking about how the
But it came
format
from-
of this
it
debate
was
was going to
broadcast
affect
on
the debate.
SBS.
And we know that 4 years ago it was a free-for-all. Trump interrupted Biden over 100 times, and Trump looked bad in doing so, and Biden was just
Stop
able to come in with
endorsing
the occasional
lesbians.
zinger of, won't you shut up, man? Well, this time, effectively, Joe Biden was not interrupted. He was given enough rope, and he hung himself.
Hey.
The moderator wasn't saving him there. That was the elapsing of
Benny
his
Johnson,
time
you're onto
for that answer. But the fact that he
Sounds
just had a
like Benny
brain
Johnson.
fade after months and months and
gonna
months
endorse
of Trump
Eric now.
saying, this guy's shot, this guy can't finish a sentence. Well, he literally couldn't finish that sentence. And you're right, it was the
Yeah,
most
like
egregious
lesbian.
example. But
That's
there
a
were
lot
plenty
of
of
leg.
other examples where this was, I cannot think of a worse debate performance. Later in the show, we're going to be talking to Liz Mayer, who worked with Rick Perry at the
Is this
time that
why
he
they wear
famously
suits to make
couldn't
them
remember
not
the
look like dog shit?
the government departments that he was
Yes.
going to abolish as president. And he ended up famously saying, oops, I can't remember it.
Look at
This
those
was
big
worse
fingers.
than that. In 50 years from now, shows like ours, possibly this show, you never know,
Yeah, definitely.
is
No.
still going to be playing that clip.
Yeah, I think the
You
we've
look
talked before about how
ridiculous,
debates are
sir.
often about the moment that you take out.
Which one?
Because
They
not
both
everyone watches
look
debates.
ridiculous.
No, on the
It's
right,
not
like
easy to say.
lefty
A lot of
looks
people
like a
would
fucking
switch
lefty,
off,
but
right?
this guy looks like a fat lesbian woman.
And so it's
Both
about the moment. And
lefties.
it's not like there was one moment.
It's like,
This is an embarrassing creature.
I have to agree. Why the fuck are you
I mean,
wearing
nice
a shirt
hair, but also
and carrying
giant
your
hair.
laptop? Like
He's got a special
yeah,
bell-bottom
laptop
T-shirt
to-
he's wearing.
for your
Yeah,
notes.
it's all government. John
Bring it
Barron
on your
literally
desk.
works for the fucking ABC. It's whether the ABC produced this show or not, he is an ABC employee. It's a government mouthpiece, fucking propaganda piece of shit.
I like
guess-
angry.
Well, tell us
Tim.
how you really feel, Tim.
Hang him high, I guess.
Oh, I
I
might
think
get the
that
show banned
was
if I do.
much
I
worse
don't
than all
wanna
the
do
other
that to you.
moments. It was
Hey,
just
look at
a
that arm.
relentless
How muscle-
90 minutes.
well,
Lesbian Book Club
last week's show
podcast.
got age restricted twice.
Was I there?
Damn.
Really?
I
What
believe
did we
you were
do?
there, yeah. I have no idea. They
I
don't
wasn't
tell
even
you.
here for that show.
They're like, hey, we've age restricted your
I feel like I should have been there.
your show, and it's like episode 95. I'm like,
yeah,
didn't you already do that earlier in the fucking week? And I check my email, and yeah, you did. It's twice. It was age restricted twice. So it was double age restricted.
We're not going to get out of the. Well, as long as I'm here, we're not getting out of the gutter.
Did they give you a timestamp?
No, they don't do that.
No, it's like when that guy with the fish scales, like all that time.
Is that what those are? Tom Boller says $5 says coffee for dealing with Planet America. Thank you, my man.
Look at this lesbian. This is a disgusting creature.
He does look like Rachel Maddow.
This motherfucker is.
Yeah, put them side by side. They got the salt and pepper hair.
He's getting fat and old, that's for sure.
I was going to say Rachel Maddow with another 100 pounds.
Yeah. Rachel Maddow is more masculine, and I would rather
Lesbian
bang
Book Club
her.
podcast.
Oh my God, yes.
Of Joe Biden not being up to it. And Trump, by the
I gotta
way,
see how I
was
got
not
this
good.
too.
Trump was not answering.
There we go. There we go.
He was wandering all over the place. He had fluency issues as well.
No, he
but
didn't.
he seemed like Cicero
He was
compared
better,
to Joe
and he was
Biden.
subdued, and
so Trump was
The reason Trump wasn't
behaving
answering-
himself.
Can't look more disgusting.
Trump started answering questions at the start. The problem was because of the format, the back and forwards format didn't really allow for so Biden would reply and Trump would be like, can I respond to that? And
they'd go to the next question.
The moderator is like, no, we'll go on to the next question. If you want
We'll go into the next question.
respond
You can
in
do
your
whatever the
time
hell
for the
you-
next question.
Yeah.
And at that point it was fucking a free for all. Because Trump's like, great, I don't have to answer the question, no problem. I'll just talk about what we were talking about before.
Yeah, and didn't answer questions that were framed very poorly. Like, you need to ask questions neutrally, not.
And the
oh,
first,
hey,
the
so
first
when did you stop
time,
beating
the
your
first
wife?
time they went back to Trump when he didn't answer a question, is the last time Trump answered a question, because he realized if he didn't answer a question, they'd follow up and he'd get more time. Like it was, he's like on the ball.
He made them work.
So basically controlling the narrative.
He figured out how to fuck them.
He played the game
with their own rules. Yeah,
Exactly.
I think
It was
it's
great.
Yeah, it's
as
more code.
Joe Biden
Trump
is
didn't
fond
do
of
well.
saying,
Trump
don't
wasn't
compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. Well, that worked for Trump tonight. Look at the alternative. Made Donald Trump look measured, in command of the facts, strong in his debate performance. He looked like a president. Joe Biden looked like a superannuant who didn't know the way to the buffet.
Yeah, and I'll tell you where Trump.
I'll pay
really
that.
did-
That's fair.
I love that. Like that was fucking great.
It's a fair
well.
line.
Like even though I
And
don't think
look, it's true. Like he was like a doddering old fool, bumbling around like, "What? Oh, where's the buffet?" Like,
Yeah. But again, it's at the
what
point
line?
where nobody can.
they're
nobody can
asking.
deny.
Dr. Pook says they're asking Trump dumb questions like how he's going to fix daycare. Yeah,
Oh, that's funny. He never answered that
They asked,
question.
they asked that to Biden as well. That was for both.
yeah. They
that was
asked
for
him the
both
same
candidates.
question. But the problem is, like, this is the thing with Trump. You can't ask him how he's going to do something.
He doesn't.
He doesn't know. He's never going to know how. Like until he's there. Like,
That's
and
not
even
really
when he's
his
there, he
role.
doesn't know how he's going to do it.
How
Someone's
you
going
fix it? I'm going to tell
I'm going to be
people-
president. I'm going to make someone. I'm going to put someone in charge, and they're going to fix it. That's how Trump fixes it.
And that's
And
how
he
the
probably
system
won't.
would work.
And neither will Biden.
No one's going to
So-
fix it.
Biden's not.
Biden will do something extra. Like Biden will do something that's against the law. SCOTUS will smack it down, and he'll cry about it. And
he'll-
try and
he'll
find a way around it.
executive order. It anyway.
Try to,
when it goes back.
they will do fundraising on.
Yeah,
SCOTUS
and
smacking
they'll
down
raise
their
half. They'll
stupid
raise
shit.
$500 million.
Where's my phone?
We'll cover SCOTUS next because there were some interesting decisions this week.
his debate was particularly good. Where he did very well was in his command of body language. At all times, he seemed presidential. At all times. Joe Biden was throwing bait at him. Like he was talking about the porn star. He was talking about sexual assaults. He was trying to get under his skin. The whole time,
Are you
when he was talking
high?
about that, Trump just
Barely
shrugged.
incoherent.
Like he the whole time he
No,
had that
he's right.
demeanor.
Yeah,
as
he
you
was.
say,
No,
as
he's spot on, Tim. He did, like, Biden was trying to bait Trump, and
Yeah.
Not
Trump
very
was
well.
just like, yeah.
Not well,
Look,
but he was trying.
old Trump would have fucking lost his
Yeah,
mind. Like,
I
would have
did
gone at
respect
him.
the shit that he did. I'm like I was amazed that he didn't like just beat the fucking shit out of Joe Biden for being a slow, retarded
Yeah.
Phone's ringing.
I was I'm the same. I was like, wow, this is
Okay,
amazing.
can I-
He's
no,
actually
I-
fucking.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was
have
waiting
music.
for the outburst and I didn't see one. I'm
Answer
like,
that call.
fuck.
Yeah.
Potentiality. He knew what he was doing. The split screen was on, and he looked great. Biden on the split screen looked haunted. He looked like he was like. I mean, it's just the way he looked. He looked like he was actually reflecting on the fact what's gone wrong. He was like this. It was a terrible, terrible
All
body
of the
language for
optics
him
were
and great
bad for
Trump.
Biden. And Biden has been doing mock debates, apparently, for the last week. They must have been pretty
Yes,
bad.
that's the thing. A lot of people haven't a lot of people in the media haven't really pointed out. Biden hasn't really been president for a week. Like he's been up at fucking Camp David for a week prepping
What
for
he
this shit.
does is right. He's fucking Biden looks like shit.
And two, because my goodness, he really failed to deliver. What about did Trump capitalize on Biden's brain fade and generally terrible performance? Did he have to, or was it just self-evident?
Well, this is the other thing. Like most of the time, he didn't
is this
try.
slap
Like I
bucket?
think he was just extremely comfortable. And when he's getting comfortable, he's happy to just roll with it. And so he would just
does not
concentrate on just
belong
acting
here. This guy's
presidential. And I think
ridiculous.
generally he did. But there was one or two times when he went for it. And to be honest, I think it worked even when he went for it. There was one particular moment, which I'm sure going to become possibly the viral moment of this debate, when he was very open about where Biden was at.
When he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally.
Like that's so on the face of it false. On the just
not a leftist,
blatantly
you
false.
don't understand.
40%
lie.
fewer than when Trump was when Trump was president. Are you fucking kidding me? Like
You're not a leftist. You don't understand because
at
you
the
don't
end,
live in the moment.
as the adage goes, leftists don't use words to communicate. They use
The
them to
past and
manipulate.
reality don't matter.
Yep.
Better than when he left office.
How does Corpse Man
And I'm
make
gonna
me feel?
continue
That's
to
how
move
I
until we get
vote.
the total ban on the total.
Let's not forget, Biden told them all to surge. I'm
they-
calling on you to surge to the border.
And yeah, that's the issue.
Initiative.
So they fucking did.
What did they make him feel? I don't feel confident in what Biden's saying. Yeah. So why would I be confident in
I wish
voting for him?
Trump would just say, like, yeah, I will beat him to death with a golf club right now for America.
I think Trump did not want to be seen as kicking the old
Beating
man
up
while
on a
he's
cripple.
down.
No,
Yeah.
I said that. I
I'm
thought
saying
that was very
I agree.
wise.
I agree with you, Tim. I agree with you, Tim, that he should have.
Yeah,
But
why
I don't.
kill him?
I think he just wanted to let Biden fall on his own.
Decorum
sword.
and all that, and like,
Well, because that's the thing, though. If he attacked Biden, everything would have been
With
about
a stick.
how Trump was old Trump, where uncontrollable.
Old Trump was back, but
and
yeah,
none of
should
it would
I
have
used a
been.
lead bat then.
Yeah, none of it would have
Yeah.
been about how Biden's a doddering old fool. It would have all been about how mean and bad Orange Man.
Never
And we
interrupt
can't
your
have
enemy
that
when they're
person
making a
as
mistake.
president.
Well, we can watch him turn into like a red mist, like
Yeah, it's just
We're not going to win the election, but we'll have a lot of fucking fun. In between.
it's just efficiency. just let Biden ruin himself.
Let's not forget.
In fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. In fact,
You should come.
Surge to the border. I think it is set up.
Was that sped?
Yeah.
Okay.
Relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more
You should come.
asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Brutal.
Yeah, and look, that was
Yeah, people are going to use that for clips, like 100%. You know how I know?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be weaponized against me at some point.
What's that, Tim? I don't really know what he said.
Yep, it's going to
But
happen.
I think for those who watched the debate, that criticism stuck.
Yeah. Joe Biden had possibly one good moment in the debate. He saved it for almost the absolute end, where possibly that debate prep did
Where
pay off.
possibly
He proved that he
almost
could
kinda maybe could've.
complete a sentence. Is it going to be enough, do you think? Because
Shut up, John.
tens
We
of
know
millions
that
of
he had
people
no
will
good
have watched this
moments.
debate.
Stop trying to run cover
The
for
Biden
him.
campaign will be pushing
you're a fucking
these
government
videos out
employee. You
and
literally
negative
work
videos
for the
about Donald
ABC
Trump
outside of
trying
this
to
show.
distort perceptions.
Well, look, as someone who was going to be making a show about this afterwards, I was looking for moments
Making it up.
from Biden and from Trump that we could play. And so I was looking for a good moment for Biden. And it took until the end of the debate for that
90
moment.
minutes in.
Yeah, like quite
You didn't
literally, I
get
was
one.
looking for it the whole time.
Lying.
And I was like, oh, thank God, at least we can play one clip. Let's play that clip.
Best of a bad lot. Take a look.
When you lost the first
Show
time,
everybody how ridiculous
you
your giant
continued,
ass
you
is.
appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what.
And again, that's a lie.
Yeah,
None of the courts.
said it wasn't, though.
None of the courts judged them on the merits. It was all latches, mootness, standing.
Yeah,
like
they did not want to.
No one wanted to fucking touch it.
From the perspective of the left, Dr. Pooks, this is the zinger.
Yeah,
This is from the perspective of the
That's-
left. Is that not a
He
single
finished
court
a
was-
sentence.
Yeah, he
That's
finished the sentence.
the thing. He finished the
And-
sentence.
yeah.
He finished a thought.
That's right.
A constructed
And that-
thought.
And
It
Chaz
doesn't
is
matter
gonna
that it was a
go-
lie.
I haven't seen this, but Chaz is going to go on and say, well, so he brought up all of Trump's lies about election fraud. That was the zinger. Like,
But
not
I
a single
doubt
court
you'll
was willing
accept
to
it
listen
because
to
you're
Trump's
such a whiner.
arguments.
The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
So that was fluent.
Called him a whiner a couple of times, and it got a.
Yeah. So Chaz's feedback is that was fluent.
All right. Because that's what you want to hear
He's even
about
more
one
dumb than I
time
thought.
in a 90-minute debate. That was
He
fluent.
finished a sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
And he's not
One
wrong.
sentence.
It was fluent. It was bullshit.
It was
fluent.
It was a fluent answer.
And again,
Jesus
you know
Christ.
why? Because he's delivered that exact same fucking like outrageous response. Like
Yeah,
it's
that's what he's
when he gets
practiced.
mad. It's when he hulks out in his brain.
The adrenaline kicks in.
And then, and he's like,
Excited delirium.
It got a facial
Sony's
response
delirium
from
results
Trump
in
that we're
death
kind of
after
used
this.
to. He pulled a face
Doesn't
there.
count.
It's in a lot of memes. He resisted that for most of this debate. Trump acted. He was so unlike the Trump of 2016 against Hillary Clinton, 2020 against Joe Biden. This was a different Donald Trump. And whether it was the debate format, the fact that he wasn't able to interrupt, that he didn't have a crowd there egging him on, or maybe he's a little older, if not wiser. But either way, this was,
Because the
I
rules
think,
were announced in
Wait, go
this
advance.
was a
back. Hang
solid
on, hang on.
performance
He just
from Trump.
he just
and a terrible
puts it
performance from
accordingly.
Biden.
Yeah,
They're trying to give it's backhanded compliments.
Go back like 8 seconds and look at the sneer on.
These people
Chaz's
can't
face.
stand. They can't stand having to say this about Trump.
A
They
little
can't stand
older,
having to give
if not wiser. But
It's
either way, this was,
Yeah,
I think,
it
this was a solid performance from Trump and a terrible performance from Biden.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't think Trump debated terribly well, but I think it was good enough. And the fact there was no one there to call him out on it, it ended up being an excellent performance. But it's a better
Nobody was
debater, I
calling out
think,
Biden
could have
either,
made
except
a
for
mess
Trump.
of Trump. But he wasn't facing a better debater. He was facing Biden. And so he
The
did
moderators
well enough.
played a pretty low-key role in all of this. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, both of CNN. They did not get into a squabble with Trump, which I think was a danger. They also didn't try and fact-check Donald Trump. They didn't try...
Or Biden.
They tried a few times to try and get him to answer the question. They would ask him a question. He would give a non-answer. He would address something else. And then they would go back to him and ask
Also,
him
not
again.
the job of the
and
moderator
he
to
might
sit there
address
and
the answer the
argue
second
and
time,
enter the
knowing
debate.
Yeah, and look, that was the biggest criticism from the 2020
The last-
debate. Chris
yeah.
Wallace. It was basically Trump against Chris Wallace, and
Oh, Mr.
Biden was there.
President, that's not true.
Yeah.
Fucking, yeah,
You
it's-
can't do that.
Maybe-
Like the
maybe
media
that's how
has
a
to be
debate
just
should
the
be.
media.
That I think that kind of reframed the idea of debates in people's minds, and I think a lot of people have expected that moderators should do that kind of thing, when it's actually
Maybe.
not true. This is how a debate is meant to
Yeah.
run. The moderators are not supposed to enter the argument. They're supposed to let the candidates or let the debaters.
if you want
just give
fact
their
checking,
answers.
then the media can do that after the fact.
That's right. Like what happened here.
Maybe there shouldn't be a debate. Maybe it should be one interrogator asking questions of both candidates and holding their feet to the fire. No, that's not true. You said this, and then you did this, and now you're saying that A, that didn't happen, and B, you're not going to do it again. That kind of shit. Maybe it shouldn't be a debate. Maybe it should be an interrogation.
Yeah, Oho says that's because they didn't do the back and forth properly. You need at least a back and forth. The rules allowed a bit of back and forth, and there was a few times where they did actually bend the rules and sort of bounce back and forth a few times. Yep. But the rules were basically you have 2 minutes, like you have a minute, 2 minutes for an answer, and then a minute for the other person gets a minute for a rebuttal. But there was no response. Like there's no extra time for a reply to a response to a rebuttal to the rebuttal. Like it's kind of, and again they got to have balance. It's got to have equal time, and plus they're on a schedule. They have to start at a certain time and finish at a certain time because fucking television. Realistically, it should be okay. We're going to go until we've done all the questions. We have 40 questions on various topics. Let's go. Who cares when it ends?
Yeah, nobody expected Trump to play by the rules at the end of the day.
The rules were designed
Amazing,
to chafe
really.
Trump, and in the hopes that he would try and break them and just be 2020 Trump. And he wasn't. He's like, all right, you want me to play by the rules? I'll show you play by the rules.
That he got twice the airtime if he did.
And also, it's Joe Biden's job to call him out. There were some classic moments. For instance, they asked him about whether there should be a Palestinian nation. And his response was, we'll see. And then he just started at NATO. Now, someone else would have called him out about that, but Biden didn't. There was another moment when it was
What's to be called out about that? We'll see.
Trump's absolute weakest spot when it comes.
Well, the position of the U.S. government is that the only solution is a two-state solution,
which would involve a Palestinian state.
Yeah. Whereas Trump's like, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Comes to immigration, which is what he wants to talk about, is so are you going to deport families? Are you going to deport people with
You
jobs?
boast about deporting 11 million people.
Literally, Chaz.
Lots of
Yes,
children.
that's the answer.
Yeah. And they asked him about that, and he completely ignored that question. He just thought it was criminals. Biden should have called them out on that. He didn't. And the format, as you say, the format relied on Biden to do
you
that.
literally deport these people
The other
back.
thing about the
That's the
format
point.
not helping Biden, I think, in a way that was unpredictable, I didn't see this coming, but in hindsight makes sense, is Biden relies on a crowd more than Trump does, and I'll tell you why. Trump likes a crowd, but Biden relies on a crowd because when he can't finish a sentence, if he just pulls a face or something or shrugs or whatever, he can get a laugh, he can get the crowd to make a noise.
Exactly.
But the silence filled the gaps of when Biden didn't finish sentences.
Yeah, it made it even worse.
So much more obvious, I think.
Well, just how big of a disaster was this for Joe Biden and Democrats? Let's get another opinion on this. Joining us now from the United States is former US Senator.
Yeah, I don't think we need to hear from Heidi Heitkamp. So there's some copium from.
That's how bad it was. It was
So
disastrous.
Sneaker gets all butthurt
Wait, why?
Why?
because Israel and Hamas
Israel's the
came
one
up.
that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let
Well, at least he
him go
admits
and let
that.
him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like
No,
a
but he's saying he should let them
Palestinian,
massacre him.
But they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one. As far as
I did love that he used Palestinian as an insult. It's not a very good one. He's a very weak Palestinian. He's a terrible Palestinian. He doesn't blow himself up doing anything.
Just the
that's
name
gonna
Ash most affected.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, his parents are Palestinian. I didn't know that till recently. Just the name Ash is.
You didn't see the thing about the Palestinian Christians? They're in Gaza. They died.
I
he lost
know.
a whole bunch of people. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like Coptics from Egypt.
Anyway, that's enough debate. So let's move on to
everything. We've run that.
There'll be more to talk about on the debate next week. I guarantee you.
Oh, only 3 hours of debate.
More stories.
Is there another debate next week? Is there?
No, there's not going to be another fucking debate.
I don't know.
There's never going to be another debate.
Was there going to be? I thought there was only going to be 2.
There was supposed to be. There's supposed to be one in October. That ain't happening.
All right.
No, it will. It will. Just not as Biden.
A Newsom v. Trump debate.
It'll be done by AI. It'll all be AI. The AI just Trump versus an AI of Biden.
But yes, SCOTUS is in a 6-3 decision. SCOTUS is allowing the federal government to press social media companies to remove harmful misinformation. So it's not technically true. They're not allowing it. They ruled that they didn't have standing. So this was the case from some of the states, including Missouri, who brought suit against the government because of the what's it called, sending threatening letters to Twitter and Facebook to censor content over COVID.
So Missouri wasn't
But
damaged
yes, they were.
by it,
But yes,
so-
Amy Coney Barrett wrote the majority, and she just said, at this stage, neither the individual nor the state plaintiff has established standing to seek an injunction against any defendant. We therefore lack the jurisdiction to reach the merits of the dispute. So they kicked the can down the road.
Who was damaged?
Well, the argument is that people who were censored were
So the
damaged.
states themselves wouldn't be able to bring it.
Yeah,
Obviously can't with the ruling.
I was always wondering why the states had standing. I would have thought the lower courts would have kicked it for standing, but apparently not. So yeah, Supreme Court didn't want to touch it, so whatever. Supreme Court says prosecutors overstepped with January 6 charges. The ruling that the Justice Department misused the 2002 law in charging pro-Trump rioter who entered the Capitol could have an impact on hundreds of cases, including one against Donald Trump.
This is a good one.
That horrible, like conservative majority court. Oh, wait. Supreme Court ruled on Friday that federal prosecutors had improperly used an obstruction law to prosecute some members of the pro-Trump mob that stormed the Capitol on January 6th. The ruling could affect prosecutors of hundreds of rioters out of the more than 1,400 who have been charged with an array of offences. Prosecutors argued that the law applied to efforts to obstruct an official proceeding, the joint session of Congress that took place to certify the electoral results. But Chief Justice John G. Roberts, writing for the majority, read the law narrowly, saying it only applied when the defendant's actions impaired the integrity of physical evidence. Lower courts will now apply that strict standard, and it may lead them to dismiss charges against some defendants, although most of those charged or convicted under the obstruction law also face other charges. The vote was 6-3, but it featured unusual alliances. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, a Liberal, voted with the majority and filed a concurring opinion. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, a Conservative, wrote the dissent. None of the opinions in the case discuss charges against Mr. Trump, which rely only in part on the obstruction law. So this law actually was brought in after Enron. So as a part of the Enron case, the firm that handled their auditing destroyed a fucking shit ton of documents, and there was no way to actually punish them directly. So instead, they like no way to punish the people who did it because it wasn't a crime. So obstruction of an official proceeding was made a crime and was used. So it could be used against these people if they did it again. So it was never intended to be like, oh, the official proceeding is, if you stop a proceeding from taking place, you're obstructing an official proceeding, so therefore you can be arrested and thrown in prison. So yes, the Supreme Court has narrowed the scope of that law.
That's an interesting split.
It is it's a fascinating split. I'll have a look at her concurrence to see how she approached it, because usually you'll if you sign on a majority opinion, if you agree with the reasoning behind the majority opinion, you don't need to write a concurrence. But if you have a different reason for siding with the majority, you will write a concurrent opinion, which agrees with the opinion, but for a different reason. So I'd be curious to see what her reasoning was. And in other reduction of the scope of government power, the Supreme Court has overruled the Chevron doctrine. So there will no longer be a deference to experts in the administrative state as to the interpretation of the regulations that Congress pass. So from now on, if Congress passes a regulation that is incredibly broad, it's up to the courts to interpret it, not there will be no deference given to the regulatory agencies.
Looking at UATF
to define their own rules. So yes, it's very big. So this one breaks it down pretty well. In simple terms, the Supreme Court ruling means that courts must use their own judgment when deciding if a government agency is acting within its legal authority. They simply cannot agree with an agency's interpretation of a law just because the law is unclear. The previous rule, known as the Chevron Doctrine, which allowed courts to defer to agency interpretations of ambiguous laws, has been overturned. The Chevron Doctrine has been criticised for allowing agencies to have too much power in interpreting laws, leading to potential abuses. Here are some examples of situations where critics argued Chevron Doctrine was abused. Environmental regulations. Agencies like the Environmental Protection Agency have sometimes used Chevron to justify expansive interpretations of their regulatory authority. For instance, the EPA's interpretation of the Clean Air Act to regulate greenhouse gases was contested. Critics argue that the agency stretched this authority beyond what Congress intended. Immigration policies. The Department of Homeland Security has used Chevron to interpret immigration laws broadly. For example, the DHS interpretation of terms like crime of violence or aggravated felony in the Immigration and Nationality Act has led to more immigrants being subjected to deportation, which some argued was beyond the scope intended by Congress. So this has stuff that cuts in both directions, but what it does at its fundamental core is reduce the administrative state. Healthcare regulations. The Department of Health and Human Services has applied Chevron to justify broad interpretations of healthcare laws. An example is the interpretation of provisions in the Affordable Care Act to expand requirements for employers regarding healthcare coverage, which some claimed went beyond the statute's text. Financial regulations. The SEC has used Chevron to enforce wide-ranging financial regulations. For instance, the SEC's broad interpretation of securities law to impose stringent regulations on mutual funds and investment advisors has been seen as overreach by some critics. Also, they get to fucking say, "Oh, this is a security," when something is a currency, like crypto. Cough, cough. So the SEC doesn't get to just they have to justify it now. If the SEC believes something to be a security, they have to prove to the court that within the text of the law as written, something is a security. That's one example. So fuck you, SEC, you just got fucking rogered. And thank you, Supreme Court.
And ATF.
ATF is going to get rogered too, yeah.
Yep.
Rogered but good.
Oh wait, this credit card sized piece of metal is a machine gun.
Well, the courts will decide that.
On to some funny stuff from. I think this one was from Raya.
Well,
Philadelphia women's basketball team is facing backlash over their revealing uniforms.
I didn't even know existed ones. Oh my god! Seriously? Go back and watch her dribble that ball.
Hang on. Oh, so it's the whole league. Okay.
It's like the BBW league, the BBL. Fucking hell. Texas beauty queen Marissa Trejo, 71, makes history as oldest ever Miss USA contestant. So here she is. She's very good for 71. If you look at the hands, it reveals all. Like those hands look very, very fucking bad.
Oh wait, we need that guy.
Oh, says they will get those asses. They'll get asses in those seats.
The hands are ribbed for your pleasure.
No.
No. What we need
Tim,
what we need is that guy asking how many units that she's had from last week.
7 million.
All of it. Just all of it.
all of it. Small southern towns go to war with mass influx of wealthy Californians amid fears they are bringing lefty policies and rocketing house prices. Residents in Gallatin, Tennessee, they are living in hell after housing boom. T-shirts and stickers reading "Don't California My Tennessee" are a common sight. It's a familiar tale across America amid a wave of blue to red state migration. Well, that's how it works. You flee a blue state because it's horrible, and then you vote for all the all the blue state policies that made your state horrible.
In the red state, and then look.
In the red state, and then it's why does this state suck now? David Klein moved from California in 1998. He says the rural community he found when he arrived has been decimated by unabated urbanization, prompting him to successfully run for local office. With that mustache, he deserves to be in office.
Yeah,
that's a fantastic mustache. I wish my mustache was like that. Anyway, let's do some Aussie news. Tem might wake up
see
then.
Tem.
Tem disconnects. Viewers drop to 5. The E-Safety Commission told Parliament their case against X threw up legal issues they didn't expect. We're not surprised Julie and her office are busy instructing us that responding to FOIA requests via an X handle is somehow not appropriate and wants us to provide a fax number. They don't seem to have the best grasp on modern technology. We're not going to watch that video. Nobody cares. Government waters down ban on vaping to win the support of the Greens. Vapers in Australia rejoice. Australia will only restrict the sale of vapes to pharmacies from next week, as the Greens agreed to pass a proposed ban. They could have just said no. The government agreed to water down restrictions that would have required adults to obtain a prescription. Yes, it is still an L for vapors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's an L for pharmacies as well. They don't want to do it. So.
Really?
They don't want to sell it. Well, yeah. The pharmacy guild whines about everything. Like earlier in the year, the government said, "Oh, you can issue scripts now that have 60 days worth of medication." So pharmacists can dispense 60 days worth of drugs in one visit.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So you only have to visit the GP. So your visits to the GP are less.
Can be 2 months.
And so you only have to. You only have to visit every 2 months. Yeah,
you only get six GPs. Yeah.
They only get 6 visits to the pharmacy a year. It's like, motherfucker, who cares? Look, I'm only buying my medication.
That's a good thing. That's less.
They don't
money
get
than
less
Medicare.
money.
Yeah, that's less money Medicare has to pay out on.
That's
GP
exactly
visits.
right. It means the GPs. You only have to see them once every So, for instance, my medication, I get 5 repeats when the GP writes my script. But the repeats are 2 months worth of medication now instead of 1 month. So I'd have to see the GP every 6 months just to get a fucking script. Now it's 60 days. So 60 days, 5 repeats. I only have to see her once a year.
Yeah.
It still costs me. It costs me twice as much because they literally just give me 2 boxes. But it's still
hang on. They would get less because unless Medicare pays or
they're paying out less in the GP visits.
No, so how it works is the PBS doesn't pay the pharmacy. PBS pays they pay a flat rate for the amount, and the pharmacy charges the gap, basically. So if something's on the PBS, they charge the standard
so
rate.
if 1 month cost $50 for someone on PBS and they only got to pay $5,
when they go to get 2 months, they'll have to pay $100.
They pay $100. Right, it costs $100. The person still only pays the $5, but PBS covers the rest. And so the pharmacy's
the pharmacy's never out of pocket, never.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. It's not like the doctor goes, oh well, it's now $100 script that is only going to be $50 worth, and the
Yeah,
pharmacist
that's
is like,
right.
well, we just have
They're
to
not,
come-
the pharmacists aren't going to lose out.
Oh,
All
so
they're going
not
to lose
because
out
of a
on
legitimate
is
reason.
Is the GP? Yeah.
because this is thermoestrogen medication. No, my medication is blood pressure medication, man. It's because I do this fucking show.
That's fair.
Treasurer approves.
Yeah. You go.
No. So I'm on blood pressure medication because I went to the doctor's one day, and the doctor's like, "Oh, we'll give you a checkup," and they put me on the thing. My blood pressure was like 220 over fucking 180,
Holy
and the doctor's
shit.
like, "How are you fucking alive?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "What? I feel fine." They're all like, "What the fuck's going on?" And they
Sounds
go
like
and
good,
like, put me on another one and try a different one. It's like, wait, what? What the fuck?
Do you also have 107-degree fever?
No. But I don't have I have a normal blood pressure now that I take medication. So anyway, the Treasurer has approved the ANZ Suncorp merger. For those of you who may not be aware, ANZ is our fourth largest bank out of our big four banks. The big four banks are responsible for 75% of the market. ANZ is just swallowing the fifth largest bank to remain the fourth largest bank.
Yeah.
So not much will change.
It's
In fact,
more
I'm
relevant
pretty sure
for the
all the
Queen.
branches will stay open and all that shit.
Yeah, more relevant for the Queenslanders because that's where Suncorp.
Yeah, that's where
comes from.
Suncorp mostly is. Yeah. The Victorian government's taxpayer-funded campaign is gaslighting the extreme. According to this ad, women should put feelings of men above our own instincts, comfort, safety, and be inclusive and kind to men invading our spaces/sports. That's a man.
3 in 4 trans and gender diverse people have been treated unfairly because of the gender identity. Yes, I've literally seen women do that. The way I'm sharing a lift with you, you make me feel uncomfortable. Don't look at me. Yes. People literally feel this way about you. That's actually true. And then, of course, the seat's all yours. You're safe. Oh no, the racist Asian man.
Welcome to the neighborhood, tranny.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker. Hello. Oh, what happened to you? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Saying the quiet part out loud.
Dude, that guy's gonna fucking destroy him. The unsaid says a lot. Fuck off.
Don't want to
Yeah,
learn.
my unsaid
Of course,
Victoria.
Victoria. Of course,
yeah,
Victoria.
Of course.
It's Canada's.
Oh shit.
It's the Canada of the South.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll say that. I was trying to find something more colourful, but yeah.
Well,
the Canada of Australia.
my unsaid words is fuck off.
Yes. I'll fuck you. I do not sound feminine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Quagmire's dad.
I saw this story this morning and I was fucking incensed. Worst lolly ever returns to stores. It's fucking Spearmint Leaves. How fucking dare they? Spearmint Leaves are not the worst fucking lolly ever. Get the
As a
fuck out of
child,
here. Black
they were the
cats
worst.
exist.
No,
Yeah, there's a
licorice
lot
is
worse.
great.
There's a lot worse than Spearmint Leaves.
I don't. Okay, there are probably 2 or 3 lolly companies in Australia that don't have a bad product, and Allen's is one of them. I don't think there's a bad product that Allen's puts out. So how can it be the worst in Australia?
Because they're also good, right? So it's
Like
the worst,
for me
it's the worst-
personally,
it's the worst of a good bunch.
Spearmint Leaves were not the best ones.
They're not your
in my-
favourite, no. But
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I like them.
But I don't dislike them.
Let's have a fucking look at what, like, yeah.
It's
Sorry,
black
you were saying,
Yeah, I like
fucking
licorice.
black cats.
I like licorice. I like black
Chickies
cats.
literally exist, or as we used to call them, chickos.
Black cats.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong with black cats.
Sours exist. I don't like sour stuff. Like,
Well,
Yeah, but any company that makes black cats, you're going to hate.
My wife fucking loves raspberries.
They're pretty
Now,
good.
Like the white raspberries.
I have actually not seen black cats in Queensland. What are they?
The pineapples.
Fuck that.
Pineapples are good.
Yeah.
The pineapples
You know
are
what's
good.
better though?
The mixed pack?
The chocolate covered pineapples, like the chocolate pineapples.
Actually, where are the musk?
yes.
Where are
They
the
were
musk
great.
sticks?
Pineapple
I didn't-
chunks.
Freckles
Yeah,
are
so
good.
that's all they got now.
Yeah,
that's
freckles
the
are legit.
range.
No musk
My mum
sticks
used to love
anymore.
strawberries and cream.
Yeah, I don't know.
For the
Oh, that's still
Americans,
decent.
lollies are candies. These
These
are
are
soft
candies. These are soft,
Soft
candies.
candy.
These are soft candies.
Jelly beans
and the
are jelly
freckles,
beans, though.
freckles are just chocolate with sprinkles. They're fucking great.
Hell
Freckles are great. They used to have a lot more. They used to have what were the fucking ones you get at the movies with the
Can't remember the name.
Fantails.
Yeah.
Fantails was the was
Yeah,
the
because
one.
they had the
Fantails were
trivia
great.
on the wrapper.
Chocolate with some caramel in the middle. Oh god, so fucking good. Tom Boller says, "I like yes, spearmint leaves are fucking great."
Yeah, they're okay to have a couple in a bunch of mixed candy. Yeah.
And that's why I say, me personally, they weren't my favorite.
And you know what's interesting? What they don't have on this list.
Red Rippers. Red
Yeah,
skins.
they don't have Red Rippers here.
Red skins. No, because they retired the
Redskins.
Redskins.
No, they brought them
To be fair,
back.
they're
I've literally got a
technically
bowl in front of me.
What are they called
Aren't
now?
they hard
They're
candy?
called Red Rippers.
Red
They're
Rippers.
jellies, sours, but where's the fucking Red Rippers?
Red.
No, this is our
Is it
classic
done by
line.
Allen's?
Oh, pineapple rings are good too. Yeah, they're
This is our
basically
classic
pineapple
line.
chunks.
Woolies. Yeah, I can. Yeah, they're on sale at Woolies, according to the
Yeah.
website.
Maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, this is all products.
Oh,
There we
that
go.
was
Minties.
Minties.
Minties are fucking
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Oh my
Minties
God.
remind me of my grandmother.
It's
Okay,
Red
so-
Rippers.
Always had
okay.
Minties.
Here's a story about Minties, right? Yeah, Halloween many years ago, Mum goes and buys 2 packs of Minties and a pack of soap, white plain soap, and so we open a bag of Minties, we unpack it, we unwrap 1 full pack of Minties and swap in soap and rewrap them and put them all in a bowl and shake it up. And whenever they come to the kids, whenever kids came to the door, they were allowed 2 each, right? And we told them, trick or treat, but sometimes the treat becomes a trick, right? So I'm outside, and one of my mates rocks up and they're like, "Oh, where'd you get that?" So, "Oh yeah, Phil's mum's got it." I'm like, "Excellent." And so he goes and grabs it, right? And he comes out and he throws both of them in his mouth. He picked 2 soaps. And he starts gagging and just water I'm like, yep, have fun with that.
You were warned.
Yeah, you
Those
were
were the
warned.
terms of the agreement, motherfucker.
Minties,
Yeah. You got a
Minties
super
will
trick.
rip out. Minties will rip out. Have been known to take out fillings.
Yes.
Milo Kit Kat.
Yeah, oh,
Milo,
yeah.
Eric,
They
that
are-
green
that.
Kit Kat is Milo.
They're crazy.
It's not mint. It's malt.
Yeah.
Green is the color of the brand, but it's
Yeah.
Milo flavored Kit Kat. They're fucking legit, Costy. I'm with you.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Milo is like a malt drink mix. Think Nesquik, but
crunchier,
thicker, like crunchier. Yeah, it's not as fine as Nesquik. Anyway, this has been your Australian lolly segment. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has asked West Australian Senator Fatima Payman not to attend Labor caucus meetings after she crossed the floor to support a Greens motion to recognise the state of Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
This
Yeah,
is what
just
we
to
get.
record. Yeah.
That's all we get for letting refugees become members of Parliament.
Become MPs.
And
Just
that
remember-
is the Australian segment for this week. So you
Yeah.
can
Only the West
return-
recognises Palestine.
we return to our regularly scheduled programming.
Well,
So let's
doesn't
do in honor of Pride almost being over mercifully. Let's watch some Pride bullshit.
Sort of, kind of, Eric. Yeah.
Whopper, chocolate covered malt. No,
that version, that Kit Kat would be.
Yeah, that Kit Kat would kind of be like a Whopper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to describe.
Just replace. You know what a Kit Kat is, Eric? Obviously, they have them in the States, but replace the chocolate filling with like crunchy malt chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
Like a
just
Malteser.
tablespoon of Nesquik, but crunchy. Yep.
What makes you guys so excited about Pride Month?
Well, obviously,
queerness, gayness, and being fabulous in general, and celebrating everybody's diversity is very.
I love that they've used the pride flag to center the boob that's clearly just out.
Very important in New York City. Very important to a lot of people who live here, and this month means a big fucking deal to us.
And when did you realize that you were gay or queer?
I'm straight.
What makes you guys so?
Us. Really important to us. Oh, that's great. Fucking Christ.
It's too true to be funny. This is, oh man, I'm finding. I'm a broken person.
Funny.
I should have laughed at that. But I couldn't because it's too true. It's too fucking.
You're
true.
too jaded, my dude.
Yeah,
It's
Tim's
true.
too
It's
jaded.
too true. I can't laugh at this shit anymore.
Former Bachelorette star Josh Sater, who's transitioning to a woman, blasts his date as transphobic because the dates want him to pay, but he says women shouldn't pay for dates now that he's a woman. I'm fucking convinced that this guy is just like an epic troll. Like until he cuts off his dick, I'm not going to be convinced. Or get
I don't
some
believe
tits.
anyone who hasn't gone the whole hog.
Yeah, go first. We'll play first.
Yes. Oh, hi. It was the long pause. The long pause is what made it funny.
Yeah.
Meat Candy says, good morning, evening, and night, all you degens and fake landers. Hey, Meat Candy. How you doing, bro?
Good evening.
Hey, Meat Candy.
Hey everyone, sorry I look like a hot mess today. I just wanted to vent a little bit.
Well,
I
the
feel
Dylan
like
Mulvaney is
dates can be so cheap. The last couple of dates that I've gone on,
I don't believe you've gone on dates as a woman.
I feel like the man should pay for the first date, and they just don't want to. And so I just had a date earlier this afternoon, and I sat there when the bill came, and finally I just said, the guy should pay first, and kind of pushed it towards him, and he said, well, in that case, you should pay.
Based.
And I just thought, that is so rude. And I just don't understand what the issue is. I feel like everyone's trying to get something for free these days.
I mean,
I don't understand. I just want to go on a date and have the man be a gentleman and treat me right, treat me like a woman. So if any of you are having the same experience, let me know. Hey, everyone.
Meat Candy says he just needs to drink more Troon Brew, aka Bud Light. I believe him then.
Look, Alex Stein interviewed him, and Alex believes that this is a troll.
He believes it's a troll? Okay, well,
yeah,
I
he
agree
believes
with
it.
Alex. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll defer to Alex on that.
Andy No reports, convicted SoCal Antifa member announced he is trans ahead of sentencing. Shaves beard. Jeremy Jonathan White, of convicted violent SoCal Antifa member, has suddenly announced he's transgender days before he's scheduled to be sentenced. I mean, of course. Like,
Yeah, he knows he's
if
going
I
to
ever get
jail.
arrested for something,
Female jail.
Yeah,
I'm totally going to rediscover my feminine side and immediately go to a feminine prison. Like, yeah.
Hang on. Rediscover? Rediscover? Tell us more about this rediscovering.
Well, as a child, I walked in high heels for a number of times. As everybody said, it was so hard. So it's not.
So, he wasn't far from the truth then, was she?
Moving on. Christina Peterson, Atlanta's highest paid judge and a Democrat, arrested for allegedly punching a cop in the head outside of a nightclub on Thursday. She's charged with battery and was already facing over 30 ethics charges.
Oh, let's add that one to the list.
No, he just punched me. Everything for no reason. Let him go. Let him fucking go. Let him fucking go. Let him fucking go. Let him go. That's a cop.
The hair's on the fucking ground.
They're all balls. They're all balls.
And that's on me. Shit. No, I didn't. I don't punch niggas.
Oh my God.
Where you want to take me?
I can't take
No,
I don't
take
have any
me.
identification on
And
me.
I don't care. You don't need identification. You have locked people up and you have picked up dead bodies when you don't know who bodies it was, but you picked them up.
Man.
Take me where you need to take me.
I'm trying to.
No, take me where you need to take me immediately, expeditiously.
Oh, big word.
Take me. I could give a damn. Take me where you want to
So
take
how do you want me to take you
me.
somewhere
Now.
expeditiously?
Now. Take me where you want to take me.
Okay.
So is this just this just another German Shepherd doing her thing?
Georgia Judge Christina Peterson has been removed from the bench after she was apparently caught on camera hitting.
Oh, that was her. Sorry, I wasn't following.
Georgia Court
Coming
ruled
down from
Peterson
the
had broken
radar.
multiple codes of judicial conduct since taking office.
Hmm.
We agree that removal here is warranted. The hearing panel found that the JQC director proved by clear and convincing evidence 28 of 30 counts alleging that Judge Peterson violated the CJC.
Hmm.
And that discipline is authorized under the Georgia Constitution for 20 of those 28 counts. Police released additional body cam footage of Peterson refusing to obey police.
So this is why she knows the big words, like expeditiously.
Yeah, she's a judge.
Was.
For what?
It was.
I don't know what they're blurring. I assume her boob is just out.
Yeah, that's it.
You look like a nigga who was trying to get
Or there's too much boob and they're being quiet.
Shut the fuck up and stop touching me.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop touching me. Get the fuck off of me. Stop touching. I got it.
No, it's not. The boob's out. I don't know what they were blocking.
Maybe they were just being careful. I don't know.
That's what I mean. Like, there's too much.
Why is the officer's
Don't touch me.
body cam still censored? Or is there something on his chest that's censored?
Take me. I could give a damn. Take me where you want to
So how
take
do
me.
you want me to
By the
take you somewhere
Now.
expeditiously?
Now. Take me where you want to take me.
Now.
No! 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 Just let that nigga run for the female. No! He can punch me.
Suplex that hoe. Suplex. Oh, full German on her ass.
Oh.
Asshole.
That's a cop.
The filters are strong, and the hair glue is even stronger. the wig glue.
Those filters be strong. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's on me. Shit. No, I didn't. I don't punch niggas.
I don't punch cops. I don't punch police.
Man.
Take me where you want to take me.
Okay.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Let's watch some crazy people. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez makes a bizarre entrance with Enough by Cardi B blasting out the speakers. AOC was seen jumping up and down to the music as it rang out. Let's Let me take my hair out. Woo!
Now, where's the pole? Take off the shirt.
With the pole.
Where's the pole at? You started. What are you going to take off next?
Take this borough back. What the fuck?
Where were they?
They were in the
Were they
South Bronx.
Oh, okay.
We're going to show the fucking AIPAC the power of the motherfucking South Bronx, Jamal Bowman said Saturday at a Saturday rally with Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Between January and March, Bowman was losing by double digits in a poll from the Democratic Majority for Israel PAC, only up by 1 point in his own poll and losing by about 10 points in Latimer's internal poll, all before AIPAC's advertising efforts began in May.
Doesn't literally every person in Congress have an AIPAC person, including Bowman?
I have no idea.
Thomas
I
Massey
saw someone
doesn't
say
have
that.
one.
I saw Thomas Massey.
Yeah, Thomas
say
Massey.
that. Yeah.
I think Thomas Massey was the one who said that. Like,
Thomas
everyone
Massey was
except
the one
me
who
has
said
an
But
AIPAC
I don't know
person.
if he was kidding.
But
or
he
not.
didn't have one. No.
I think it's just implied that AIPAC is very
so
well
so
spread.
yes, the South Bronx is gonna take back is going to show AIPAC the power of the South Bronx. Unfortunately, his seat doesn't and has never
Doesn't
been
quite touch it.
part of the South Bronx. So they did a rally in the South Bronx, and that's not Bowman's district. So geniuses. Of course, he lost because he was always going to lose because he was 22 points behind to begin with.
Because AIPAC put all the money against
Because
it.
AIPAC spent $15 million. Oh my God!
Oh my God! It was the Jews all along.
The Jews got rid of Bowman. At which point,
Literally.
Okay,
Oy vey.
thanks. Can we
Hang on,
get
hang
some
on,
more of
hang
that, please?
What was this for?
It was the primary.
Running for
Primary,
city, yeah.
okay.
New York had their congressional primary elections.
So this is for New York government, not federal.
No, this is for federal government, but this is the
New York
congressional seats. So a lot of the states, they'll do their presidential primary early on, and they'll do their congressional primaries later in the year. This is this is when it happens because another member of the squad is probably going to get nuked from orbit as well. Cori Bush is behind her opponent by 22 points already.
Wow, no.
So, Wesley Bell is the guy who's running against her, and he's probably going to beat her. So,
In the primary.
These in the primary, yeah. And these seats are strong, are blue districts, so they're going to be won by Democrats anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But they're not putting crazies in there.
Yeah, that's right. The world, the nature is healing.
Yes.
From what I've understood, AIPAC is bipartisan. Like they're just pro-Israel.
They're
like,
pro-Israel.
just-
Yeah, it's the American Israeli coalition.
But they
something or
don't
other.
pick sides in it. They don't pick Democrat versus Republican.
Political
They'll
Action
endorse-
Coalition.
endorse
Why
or
pick
act
sides
against
when you can pick
whoever.
all of them?
Yeah, well, the Zionists
yeah,
control
they
everything.
own-
Remember, we control everything. It's great to be a Zionist because apparently we control everything. It's fantastic. On to on to another Zionist plot. Dr. Disrespect. So more news on Dr. D.
Reset the clock.
On Friday evening, we became aware. So this is Midnight Society. This is the AAA game studio that hasn't released a game yet. That he founded. On Friday evening, we became aware of an allegation against one of our co-founders, Guy Beam, aka Dr. Disrespect. We assumed his innocence and began speaking with parties involved in order to maintain our principles and standards as a studio and individuals we needed to act. Fair enough. For this reason, we are immediately terminating our relationship with Guy Beam immediately. While these facts are difficult to hear and even more difficult to accept, it is our duty to act with dignity on behalf of a blah, 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 blah. And at that point, Dr. Disrespect has made a statement. He edited it.
It's all
times.
true.
He says, "Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the fucking bullshit. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront about, and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, everyone at Midnight Society Game Studios. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society, and we made the painful decision collectively to have me step down. Our team is full of incredibly talented and good people that have high career ambitions and families, and I'd never want to jeopardize the culture that we have carefully crafted. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that two former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Were there Twitch whispers with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions? We're done. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not.
So it was pretend messaging a minor.
He was pretend messaging a minor, apparently. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened. Like I said last week, this is basically confirming my suspicions last week that it was skeevy, but not criminal.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's a law that says if someone's like 16, you're not allowed to message them and have like
Not allowed
fucking
to have
sexy
any
time
communication.
Talk. As long as As long as you don't send a picture of your dick or don't solicit pics from them, I'm pretty sure that's not a
solicit them
crime.
to cross borders.
Yeah, or solicit them
Or
to
you're
cross
going to
borders
cross borders
fuck.
to meet them.
Yeah. Like,
But
I'm pretty sure it's perfectly legal to be a weirdo, creepy pedophile scumbag online as long as you don't fucking ask for photos or send your dick to them. Like, you're allowed to talk inappropriately to kids, apparently. And it wouldn't surprise me if that's not against the law. But again, I think that's why he gets to say that nothing illegal happened. Yeah, nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. I never even met the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by settlement. Let me be clear. It was not a criminal case brought against me. No criminal charges have ever been brought against me. Now, from a moral standpoint, I'll absolutely take responsibility. I should never have entertained these conversations to begin with. Correct. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, a father. It should never have happened. I get it. I'm not perfect, and I'll fucking own my shit. This was stupid. Now, with all this said, don't get it fucking mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no fucking pedo or pedophile. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me knows where I stand on. Well, we'll get to.
Kind of seems like you're
I've
pedo.
I've got a few bits of evidence, so I guess we'll be able to make a decision. Are you kidding me? Anyone who truly knows me, where I stand on those things with those type of people, fuck that. That's a different level of disgust that I fucking hate even hearing about. Don't label me as the worst of the worst with your exaggerations. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. But I think I've said what I need to say regarding the ban itself. That's it. That's why Twitch made the decision in 2020. It's odd that it was 3 years before Twitch actually fucking pulled the trigger. Like, he had these conversations, he admits, in 2017. Twitch got rid of him in 2020.
Sounds like they only started looking around.
She would have been legal by that time. To my team, community, industry friends that have supported me, I apologize. I wish I could have said blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, poor me, yada, yada, yada.
Do you have the thing about Mr. Girl?
Mr. Girl?
Yeah, Mr. Girl, you know, the
tranny?
really...
Oh, yeah. The tranny.
Pedo.
I saw that. This was fucking hilarious.
Mr. Girl's not a tranny. Mr. Girl's the nonce who likes to...
That's Max
argue
Carson,
about-
yeah. Okay, no, I don't have... What about him?
Okay,
How's he involved in this as well?
Mr. Girl said, yes, you're not a pedophile. You're just very fucking creepy. And when he's saying that,
He doesn't get to have an opinion on this stuff because he's a fucking disgusting pedophile. He should be thrown into a chipper.
but when he says Dr. Disrespects looks pretty bad, that's pretty bad.
Look, I'm not going to side with the pedophile.
Yeah, I'm finding it very difficult to side with the pedophile. I did find this was... I saw this and fucking laughed out loud. Dr. PDF. Like, that's very great. Keemstar says, Dr. Disrespect says the inappropriate conversation with the minor happened in 2017, but he was banned in 2020. Ex-employee said they seen the convo as it happened. Why did it take 3 years for him to get banned suddenly? The math isn't adding up. Potentially criminal here says Mixer died in 2020 and Twitch signed Doc to combat them. Once Mixer went under, Doc became an unnecessary expense and Twitch looked for a way to cut their costs. Corporations have covered up far more heinous shit to make a buck. Yeah. And like I said last week, I think it's a matter of they saw an opportunity. They used this to get rid of him. They realized his fucking contract was ironclad, and that's why they paid him out. So
yeah, because they fucked up when trying to get him out.
The quartering says so. Full investigation was done. No arrests were made. Doc lost everything. Anyway, these conversations, while wrong, couldn't have been that bad. I mean, let's listen.
Could have
on Twitch, and I have reported that Twitch did report this to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. Why not?
You have that on record?
Yes. Why not request?
That's a big deal.
Why
That
not?
is a big deal.
Why not request that they have released information, or why not request that law enforcement through this entire time, which then very likely, at the behest of MC and MEC, to do something, have say something.
Hold on. This is we're about to make a clip for Livestream Fail Slasher. Okay, what you're telling me, okay, is that what Doc did, okay, rose to the level
that for a
Dr.
fact,
Self-report.
Twitch was forced to
Yeah.
make a report to the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children.
CSCA and CSAM report.
What I'm asking is that Twitch did make that report to the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children.
Okay, that's very strange. So yeah, Gameran says Dr. Disrespect was allegedly reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children by Twitch. For those who may not be aware, this organization is the one who tracks like CSAM and all that shit, and they go through child porn to find victims to see if they can identify them and rescue them. It'd have to be the worst job in the fucking world.
That would be torture.
Yeah, it's like the federal police who have to fucking watch the shit.
Ugh.
Like, yeah. The story continued to unravel around the reason for Dr. Disrespect's Twitch ban, as Twitch allegedly reported him to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for child abuse material. However, no court records or law enforcement acknowledgement proving this accusation had been found, making it unclear how much the case was pursued, if at all. Streaming World has reacted quickly to these accusations, with big names like Shroud cutting off all contact with Dr. Disrespect and other streamers making statements. This doesn't surprise me. The allegation alone is enough to have people running for the fucking hills.
Yeah.
Grum says, Twitch needs a clean sweep. Let's get it done. Banned, ejected. Why is this tolerated? Because they're bigger earners. In light of Dr. Disrespect's confession, it's time to clear house. So this guy says, the Dr. Disrespect situation. I don't think most people have an idea of how bad things were behind the scenes at Twitch. I literally worked in the department that had access to the most data and information. I saw private whispers, etc. It was literally my job to investigate daily. I saw things every single day that I wish I had never had to see. I always advocated for being a good human. I always expressed with heavy emotion on my streams how Twitch let pedophiles run free every day. I signed an NDA and I'm afraid to get in trouble, but I have to say something. It's been bothering me so long that these 6 fucks don't deserve to be free. I'm sorry, it's pretty vague. I'm literally afraid for legal and safety reasons. I wish I could explain more. Oh, sorry, with yawns. But I wanted to let you guys know half the shit you assume is probably true. Ooh, that is fucking horrifying.
That is.
Like, this person says, many of them are OnlyFans girls selling not safe for work pictures to minors. That's why they haven't been called out or banned, because they say the right woke DEI virtue signaling. I don't know about that.
How much money would Twitch lose if they got rid of all the thoughts and OnlyFans and
like a lot.
Fansly and all that shit hose?
A lot. Like, isn't the biggest section is just chatting.
Yeah. They've totally.
But
didn't they move them from
it's
just
Amazon.
chatting?
It's Amazon though. So like they've got all the money in the world.
Yeah, I know, but would they be able to sustain themselves if
bullshit.
they got rid
If
of
this
them?
guy cared, he would have stopped Doc off earlier. Yeah, like it's all very suspicious.
Yeah,
like it's all seeming very.
The
fucking
timings
weird.
don't make sense for the.
There's lots of
outrage that they're
confirmed
trying
and
to
mixed
produce.
stuff like this. Like unconfirmed, like the confirmed is reported to missing children, which again isn't actually confirmed. It's also reported that the minor was actually a former Twitch employee pretending to be a 17-year-old girl, trying to bait Dr. Disrespect with entrapment techniques while ex-Twitch mods illegally record all of it.
This is the first time I've heard about that.
This sounds like bullshit. Because why would they do it 3 years before they wanted to get rid of him?
That's why it's unconfirmed. It's nonsense.
It's bollocks. What is not bollocks is this. A trans sex worker has come forward claiming Dr. Disrespect cheated on his wife with them in 2017, the same year he was caught talking to a minor. They go on to show detailed DMs where Doc was asking for cam shows while promising partnership in return. Let's watch that. So this is her going to DMs. Photo shoot tomorrow. Nervous. I'm gonna get ready to I feel like releasing one now. Yummy. Should I let it go or hold on? Let it go. Spray it. Like, God, dude. Like, I need something. What do you need, Doc? I'm sure you have all these e-girls ready to serve you. Lol, no. Lies. No way. You gonna watch my explosive intro? The goddess must be worshipped from head to toe before you can explode. I want the rewards. Jesus Christ. Daddy, you need to shout me out and spoil me. Thank you. Just added you on Snap. Fucking Christ. What's this? So this is Snapchat, right?
Apparently.
I had to watch this one more time. I tried to snap you. Did you delete your account? Maybe this is something else. Sorry. We'll try to vid chat you soon. Heading to the gym. I mean, I'm gripping now. Boom. Like, God, what a disgusting Kuma, man. Like, come on. Like, fuck's sakes. Like, and this is what he's beaten off to. Like, come on, man. Like, this is his wife. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, Doc. You're fucking disgusting. Like, this shit's cancelable in my book. Fuck that shit. Like,
oh yeah.
This is the like if it really was a 17-year-old, which I'm like, it's not a 17-year-old man.
Yeah, this is where my support for this disrespect disappeared. Yeah. This crap.
Like, I guarantee you, it's not a fucking 17-year-old. It's a 15, 16-year-old.
Yeah, or else he would have said so.
Yeah. Like, if it was someone who was owned, like, because like Sneako's like, oh, it's like someone who's 17 years, 11 months, like 30, like 29 days, and it's like, no, dude, it's not. Like, it's not.
Yeah,
if it was, he would have fucking
age,
said.
The age has not been confirmed at all.
Yeah.
Everyone's just speculating it's 17-year-old.
And look, if it's a 16-year-old, it's skeevy as fuck. But we need to have a fucking conversation about, like, the world needs to have a fucking grown-up conversation about the ages of consent, because in a lot of states in the US, it's 16.
Age of consent or age of majority?
Both.
Yeah.
Like, if you can this is a fucking horrible argument to even have, but if the law says a 16-year-old can have sex with, like, can consent to sex, then yeah, what Doc can go there and fuck them, but messaging them, well, hold the fuck on. Like, it really is weird. Like, we need to fucking draw a line. And if the line is 18, then the line's 18. Like, I'm fine with that. If the line is, look, no, under the age of 18, you can't have sex. Full stop. Or you can, but it can only be someone your age. If you want to fucking do that, okay, I'm on board with that. But we need to fucking have an adult goddamn conversation about this shit. Because this is getting fucking insane.
Can we have an adult conversation with Scotland?
Why?
Age of
What's
majority
Scotland?
is 16.
The
Age of majority is 16. So they already have 16.
They already have, like, closeness. Some of the,
essentially, age of majority is becoming an adult in the eyes of the law.
I mean, well, you got to be 21 to have a handgun.
Me, Kenny, you are in my mind. This is where I'm at. Like, there's no consistency. Like, you can charge a 13-year-old as an adult for a violent crime. You can sentence a 13-year-old to death in some states, but the 13-year-old can't buy a pack of cigarettes or drink. Like, an 18-year-old can't buy a fucking
own
beverage.
a gun.
Can't own a gun. Like, this kind of shit. Like, either we fucking draw the line, and, like, criminal responsibility is a different thing. But, like, do we put a 17-year-old in adult prison? Do we put a 16-year-old in adult prison? Do we put a 13-year-old in adult prison? Where do we say, okay, that's an adult for criminal responsibility? And do we draw the same line for, like, oh, they can consent to sex? Like, should you have to take a fucking test? Like, should you have to literally go and get your V card? Like, you take a fucking written exam that says, oh, okay, you understand consent now. You understand sex can result in a child. You've proven that to the government. And then here you go. You can have sex now.
African Americans most affected.
Terrible. Terrible racists, all of you.
Doc lives in. I think Doc lives in Florida. So
Well,
they
shit.
had-
He
they
could
have-
fucking get the death penalty.
They have close in age exceptions. Like, so the age of consent in Florida
Doc
is 18.
Doc is not close in age.
No, well, that's what I mean. Like,
no.
so Florida's age of consent is 18 normally, but
And they also have the death penalty for nonsense.
the 18. Sorry, so age of consent is 18, but there's a close in age exception, and so people who are 16 or 17, they can have sex with someone who is 23 or younger. So 16 to 23. Those, yeah. But if you want to have sex with someone over 23, you got to be 18. So of course, Doc doesn't fit into that. So yeah, I'm just saying he's in Florida where the age is already 18, but there's legal exceptions.
Yeah. I did see this and thought, yeah, that's pretty right. This says kind of wild that people are disavowing Dr. Disrespect without any receipts. I mean, the trans stuff has receipts. But they're totally fine with a dude who frequents Mr. Beast's content with massive underage audience is projecting his own fetishism onto a child, and his own former collaborators have called him out for it. And it is, of course, what's his name? Christina, or whatever the fuck he goes by now.
Yeah, that
Mr. Beast guy.
Weirdo.
Yes. I follow Mr. Beast. I just see his goddamn food in the supermarket.
Fuck that.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Oh yeah, the chocolates that Mr. Beast has, they're all Woolworths has got them.
Yep.
Yeah.
$4 a bar.
Legendary surfer Tameo Perry killed in shark attack. Surfing legend known for appearing in one of the Pirates of the Caribbean films has been mauled to death by a shark in Hawaii. Is that how you say that? Mauled to death? I thought only dogs mauled you to death. I guess so, yeah.
I've never heard it used by I thought he was just killed by a shark.
Yeah.
Either way. Well, he lost an arm and a leg, so.
Cost him an arm and a leg.
Literally.
Tameo Perry, 49, was reportedly found by locals off the shore of Malanakahana Beach, about 50 kilometers north of Honolulu, about 1 p.m. local time, having lost an arm and a leg. Lifeguards retrieved his body and returned him to land via jet ski, where he was pronounced dead on the scene by paramedics. He served as a lifeguard for many years and been teaching surfing lessons in Hawaii, where he was born. So,
He's dead, bro.
He's dead, bro. Reporter immediately calls out county judge who tried to blame Trump for the murder of a 12-year-old at the hands of illegal immigrants.
Me, it hurts even more that they're being used as pawns in this fight over immigration that doesn't even exist because Biden and McConnell agree. It's just that Trump won't let them move it forward.
All due respect, Judge, you said this issue shouldn't be politicized, but by pointing the finger at former President Trump and Republicans in Congress, aren't you politicizing it?
I think I answered the question. So, yeah, I mean, this is about Jocelyn. This is about her family, and if we want to,
Judge,
as I said, talk
answer the
about
question.
immigration.
You didn't answer the question. Are you politicizing this by pointing the finger at Republicans and saying it's their fault, not the fault of the Biden administration that lifted the Remain in Mexico policies?
Again, the Biden administration reached an agreement with Leader McConnell to address this, but
Is she just blue screen?
But yes, Texas judge criticized the GOP after slamming efforts to politicize Charles' alleged murder. So her name is Linda Hidalgo. She's got to be young, like, and
young.
elected. Let's see, Judge Linda Hidalgo.
Yeah, she's fucking young. She's 33.
Born in Bogota, Colombia.
Mm.
Of course.
Yep, elected.
Well,
stop
that's gonna
electing
change.
judges. It's so fucking stupid.
But will of the people.
When you elect judges, that's what you get.
You elect idiots, yeah.
Anyway. Speaking of judges who aren't elected, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange set to go free after 5 years in prison under a plea deal with the US. So yes, in some fantastic fucking news, it's actually been a very good week of news. Week of good news. So here is the document. Defendant Julian Paul Assange was not a United States citizen and did not possess a U.S. security clearance and did not have authorization to possess, access, or control documents, writings, or notes related to the national defense of the United States, including United States government classified information. Chelsea Manning was in...
Bradley
Manning. I believe the charge is conspiracy to...
disseminate.
Conspiracy, count one, conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defense information.
Yep.
So he pled guilty to one charge and was sentenced to, I think, 62 months with credit for time served in Belmarsh. He was released immediately. So he left Belmarsh and flew to the Mariana Islands, or the Northern Mariana Islands in the U.S. territory of Saipan, where he fronted up to a federal court, signed his paperwork, and was released. Where he has returned to Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's back with us.
So he spent 1,901 days in Belmarsh, isolated with only 1 hour a day outside of his cell. Basically on just fucking lockdown for that entire time. It's just absolutely astounding what they did to that man for that time. When it was announced, I genuinely teared up because I never thought he would ever be released. So
yeah, we were expecting him to go into the US system and kind of disappear after that.
We were expecting him to be killed, to be honest.
No, I was expecting him to eventually get fucking sent to the US. And they would put him,
and then kill.
They would put him in a fucking in a supermax.
Didn't Pompeo
never hear of him again?
Didn't Pompeo literally have plans to kill him? Wasn't that always,
no?
At least it was on the table.
Fucking Hillary did though.
Yeah, I know Hillary did. But
Hillary said, "Can't we just drone this guy?"
Yeah, she wanted to bomb the MC that was hiding on.
So reactions from the right have varied. Mike Pence says Julian Assange endangered the lives of our troops at a time of war and should have been prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The Biden administration's plea deal with Assange is a miscarriage of justice and dishonors the service and sacrifice of the men and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, you would say that, cock Pence.
Dipshit. Vivek Ramaswamy says, it's great that Julian Assange will finally be released in what smells like a desperate Biden gamble for libertarian votes. Okay.
Yep.
But it's shameful that he had to spend years rotting in a foreign prison for doing what other reporters do regularly. While the government employee who leaked it to him, Chelsea Manning, had her sentence commuted by Obama because she's a member of the favoured political class, transgender. Julian Assange deserves a pardon. It's long overdue to restore one standard of law again in America.
Yes. Stella
Yes,
Assange.
Mike Pence is a cuck and a dork.
He is. Stella Assange thanked the LP for helping keep Julian's story in the spotlight. That's the thing. It's a small part. They played
and
a small part.
surprisingly, I'm proud of our government. They actually put all their bullshit aside and helped facilitate communications with the Justice Department and put pressure on the administration to sort this shit out. Kevin Rudd was there. Kevin Rudd was there, who is our ambassador to the United States.
U.S. ambassador. So. Yeah. I'm just very disappointed it was the Labor government that took charge of this.
Yeah. Well, it should
have been Liberals.
It should have been
but
Liberals.
Fucking Liberals.
And again, Trump should have done it as well. Trump should have fucking
Trump
done
had
it. Trump had an opportunity to do it. He
Trump
didn't
could
do
have
it.
pardoned him fucking immediately.
I literally said I could have done it. I had the choice, but I didn't do it. I decided to go the other way. So.
Yep.
So yes, Julian Assange is free. I'm sure there will be an interview in a few weeks.
Half the people I know still think he should be locked up.
Yeah, look, there's people who believe that too. There's people I respect who believe that. Yeah,
well,
there's people. There's
he
people.
Was
There's
locked
people.
Up, and now he's completed his sentence.
Yeah, but what for?
For hurting people.
Oh, don't worry, I'll explain it.
Because and look, a court literally said no one died. because of what you released, the information you released.
Yeah, people don't believe that though.
Well, that doesn't
Because
matter.
he
The court has said
a
that.
whole bunch of stuff.
Doesn't matter.
So
Courts say a lot of things and people don't care. You can't explain it to them.
And look, he was callous about a lot of stuff. When he was asked about any people who have been helping the coalition forces, like Afghanis who provided information and stuff, he said, "Who cares? They're collaborators." So, and I mean, I understand. Well, yes, that is true, but I mean, the Taliban aren't the good guys here. Like, but yeah. So anyway, he's free. That's over. Good stuff. So.
A dentist is accused of sending racist and threatening messages to hundreds of people. Good evening, everyone. I'm Josh Benson.
I'm Jennifer Lee. Thank you for joining us. The dentist is Dr. Richard Cantwell. He was in federal court today. He's been charged with 3 counts of interstate transmission of a threat to injure. News Channel 8's Marilyn Parker joins us now live outside the federal courthouse with the very latest on this story. Marilyn.
Well, the public defender tried to argue that this was not a crime of violence. He even tried to go into the allegations, but the judge cut him off. He said, "I will not have somebody killed on my watch." He says Cantwell will remain detained. And when he said that, I watched Cantwell put his head down right before they took him out of the courtroom. What do we know about Dr. Richard Cantwell? In a motion for pre-release, defense attorneys say he's a 60-year-old dentist who practices in Zephyr Hills, a grandfather who once served in the U.S. Army. Federal prosecutors say Cantwell first ended up on the FBI's radar almost 5 years ago, 2019, after agents say he sent hundreds of messages to politicians, celebrities, authors, and others, many of them threats. The FBI interviewed Cantwell and gave him a warning, but despite the warning, agents say Cantwell spent the next 10 months sending threats to more than 40 victims on social media and email. Like this one from July 2020, reading in part, "Cannot wait to shoot your ghetto expletive in the street. You will die like every other expletive."
Jesus.
In 2021, FBI agents reportedly attempted to interview Cantwell again, but the dentist refused and sent this message saying, "Expletive you. God bless America, expletive Biden," with a middle finger emoji. Prosecutors included a message from February of this year where he threatened a politician via Facebook, saying in part, "Liberal expletives like you get raped in alleys by really big black guys that serve our cause." Cantwell's defense attorney said that his client struggles with depression, PTSD, and alcoholism and has no criminal history. Cantwell is being held in the Pinellas County Jail. We're waiting on the court to confirm when the next hearing in this case will be. And if he's convicted on all 3 counts, he could face 15 years in federal prison. We're live in downtown Tampa tonight. Marilyn Parker, 8 on
15 years of fucking spicy fucking messages, for threats. God damn.
Ouch.
I said last week that I'm pretty sure the Oilers won the Stanley Cup. No, I was wrong. It's it hadn't actually been decided. It was decided in Game 7, and the Florida fucking Panthers have won the hockey Stanley Cup. So for anyone that cares, the big one, isn't it? Stanley Cup's the big one, yeah. So yep. They beat the Edmonton Oilers. I just want to say 7 fucking games. You play 7 games. Just what the fuck? Best of 7? No. Fucking best of 1. Imagine if the Super Bowl was best of 7. Fucking hell.
Oh my God, there'd be 7 years worth of fucking football to watch.
So many fucking ads.
Oh my God.
7 games worth of ads.
So anyway. Remember the time the AFL had 2 grand finals?
Oh God. You fucking Christ. Anyway. So let's watch this Star Wars cringe. There are more of us.
Yeah. It matters what side you choose. Fuck off.
This should be discounted immediately because it doesn't do like the roll-in text. Oh, Meat Kenny has a good point about the previous story. You do actual violent crimes and get less time than he's facing. Yes.
Star Wars is for everyone.
For everyone.
For everyone.
For everyone.
For everyone.
For the many, not the few.
Regardless of race,
regardless of religion,
Regardless of gender
Or identity.
Not every show, movie, comic book, collectible, or video game will be your favorite.
and that's okay.
Social media should be a place where we can share our love for the franchise.
without being attacked for what we enjoy.
Should also be a place where we can
There is
share
no
our
room for
disdain for
bigotry.
it.
misogyny,
Or racism in the galaxy.
So it's not
far,
for
far
everyone.
away.
That's why when you feel alone in your fandom,
When someone attacks you for being who you are.
Remember, there are more of us.
No, I doubt it. I don't think so.
There are more of us. There are more of us.
there are more of us.
there are more of us.
There are more of us.
There are more of us.
There are more of us.
There are
Why am I seeing the same
There are
faces over and
more
over
of
then?
us.
There
Because
are
they don't have enough. There aren't enough of them.
Funny that. Sounds like a threat. There are more of us. I know. I'm not.
There's
welcome in
more
your
of them,
fandom.
Tim. There's more of them.
So they claim. Yeah, I know. I'm not welcome in your
14%.
fandom. That's why I'm not part of it.
16.
It turns out there's not more of them. But they tore each other apart. Next time someone tells you that you're a toxic Star Wars fan, just remember the kind of people you're dealing with. These are death threats made towards real Star Wars theory, including someone saying they want to publicly chop off his head and sell popcorn. These are the real Star Wars fans. What if a baby grand piano just comically fell out of the sky and landed on him like a Looney Tunes? What then? I think we'd be better off as a species if we just yeeted these losers into the fucking sun. Someone needs to get rid of this man. My thoughts are they need to do a public beheading of Star Wars theory. I'll be selling popcorn. The Star Wars fandom needs to be nuked at this point. Can we kill this motherfucker?
Fucking tourists.
All perfectly rational. Look, I think this is just people being people. I think it should be perfectly normal to wish death upon somebody. It is.
John Huey who's from the TRB podcast, which I think is the same podcast. Maybe not. He says, "No, I will not be sharing There Are More Among Us video going around. I've taken the high road for years, but I'm fed up with the possible false perception about me and my podcast. A fallout of us staying mostly quiet in the wake of others' awful behavior towards us as a podcast and individuals. That video was organized and made by a dude who mocked my co-host for taking time away from the TRB due to complications from a life-threatening childbirth. Made it a mission to try to take down our podcast, revealed by multiple former podcast colleagues of his in separate conversations, among other things. Then, after apologizing for years of disgusting behavior, he proceeded to unfollow us immediately after we declined to participate in his marathon charity stream. Others declined too, but he admitted that he didn't unfollow them because they had hundreds of thousands of YouTube subscribers. It doesn't stop there. His co-host used a burner account called Steve Palpatine to harass me and my podcast. I think I've seen that account, including others in the chat during our live shows. We caught him and he admitted everything. It gets harder to take the high road when I see performative bullshit about coming together as a community from dudes who've done and said awful things to actual good people in the fandom and podcast community for years. There's so much more. I think it helps paint a picture of what me and TRB have been dealing with for years. I'm just tired of the fakes, phonies, and assholes. This person who was in the video says, I'm learning a lot and very upset with these last 24 hours. I'll just be clear. Had I known any of this prior, I would never agree to participate in this video. Such ugly behavior. Like, it's so funny when all these people get cancelled. This is the weird girl at the start, who is, of course, a she, they. She's got a fucking link tree. Let's have a fucking look and see.
Oh, God.
Let's have a look and see.
Ubisoft creator? Oh, my Lord. Contact details.
No. No OnlyFans. Thank God. This is my last tweet. I want to make it known that I was very unaware of the information that's now come to light, and people have kindly messaged me to share this information. As I said, I'm happy to learn new information and continue based off that. So she deleted the video that she posted. Like, it's so fucking funny that they're really don't want to be the center of attention, but I read some messages from this person. It's so fucking funny that they've like tore each other apart over this. There are more of us. There's not. So I was going through that, like, I saw one tweet and I'm like, what the fuck is all this about? And then I saw that they were tearing themselves apart over it. And I thought, oh, that's brilliant. The not the beast is, remember, I don't know how this is new, but remember when the Mar-a-Lago, when FBI shared the photos of the docks at Mar-a-Lago, apparently they just added cover pages labeled top secret just for show. We knew this. I covered this ages ago.
Yeah, we've already covered this. It's nothing. It's not like recent. It was recent, but not recent.
Yeah, but it is from this week. That's what I don't understand. Even fucking Julie Kelly's
the document is filed on the 24th of June.
But this was reported ages ago.
Yeah,
that's like, am I fucking a time traveler or something?
No.
Anyway,
unless I am.
Unless we all are. This show feels like traveling through time sometimes. Holy shit. U.S. government adds Kaspersky to the entity list 27 months after it was added to the covered list. So if you're an American, you're not allowed to use Kaspersky Labs. So the U.S. government has banned all products from Kaspersky Labs, a subsidiary of its Russian-based parent company, and it's sanctioned 12 of its executives. So yes, day after the U.S. government, I'm doing a bit of Biden there. A day after the U.S. Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security banned cybersecurity company Kaspersky Labs, the Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control instituted sanctions on 12 executives of the Russian-linked company. Citing national security concerns, the ban invalidates all new Kaspersky Labs software security products and updates and prohibits U.S. companies and citizens from using them starting the 20th of July. However, users will still be able to use them but cannot download any updates after September 29. So yes, if you use Kaspersky Labs antivirus as your local antivirus product, then RIP, because the U.S. government says that it's probably an op. Like, realistically though, if you have an adversary, which the US does, make no mistake, Russia is an adversary, China is an adversary, Iran is an adversary, North Korea is an adversary. Don't have your cybersecurity infrastructure rely on your adversary. You're a fucking idiot. Like, that's just obvious to me.
I don't know. We are talking about the US.
Well, and I mean, technically we're in a country that used fucking Chinese routers and fucking Chinese cameras at all our secure locations, and we're then like, wait a minute, what do you mean they're sending it all to China?
Didn't we stop that before
that
happened?
Stopped. No,
it was Canada who actually. No,
and then
Canada
someone was like,
out.
hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know Canada fully rolled that out even after we pulled everything out.
Tom Bolle says, my father always swore at us for putting Kaspersky on his computer, pop-ups blocking everything. It used to be a great product. Like, back in the day, it was a really good product.
My dad still has a Norton subscription, and he still keeps calling me about it when it doesn't work.
You know which antivirus I use?
Windows Defender.
Windows Defender.
Yeah, I use Windows Defender. It's perfectly fine. Vandals in Florida spray paint fleet of Tesla Cybertrucks. Why does this say the page is responding? With fuck Elon. I think the video is not going to work. But yeah, they spray painted a whole bunch of Cybertrucks with fuck Elon. Because they're fucking children.
Yep.
Who can't handle disagreement in any way, shape, or form. The Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, not to be confused with the other Vivek.
That's a bad Vivek.
This is the Vivek. This is the Vivek.
The other one's Vivek. Yes. I work with a Vivek, and yes, there is a difference in pronunciation depending on which fucking part of India you come from.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hello,
fucking
I'm
bloody
Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy.
Fuck you, buddy.
Today, for the first time in the history of our office, I am issuing a Surgeon General's advisory on firearm violence. It outlines the urgent threat firearm violence poses to the health and well-being of our country.
It does not.
As a doctor, I've seen the consequences of firearm violence up close in the lives of the patients I've cared for over the
I believe
years.
that. He's probably seen
These
gunshot
are moms
wounds.
and dads, sons and daughters, all of whom were robbed of their
Pause.
physical
You
and
just said
mental
they're all
health
robbed.
by senseless acts of violence. Unfortunately, the problem has continued to grow. 54% of adults in America report that they or a family member have experienced a firearm-related incident, whether they've been personally threatened with or injured by a firearm, lost a family member, witnessed a shooting, or shot a firearm in self-defense.
Hang on.
Many of these harms.
One of those things is not like the other.
Yeah, one of those things is not a harm.
Yeah, I don't believe that over half of Americans have ever been threatened with a firearm or witnessed someone being shot or anything like that.
Well, the only good thing about this is I believe it frees up funding for research. So there'll be a whole bunch of conservative organizations that'll be able to do like credible research into this shit.
Even the self-defense shootings, like they're a very, very small part of gun
Tombola
violence.
says, I've been injured by a backfire. Yes.
Yeah, did you get flagged at the gun range or something like that? That's not a fucking use of violence. Like, excuse me, self-defense shooting
Tombola
happens
says-
more than.
Tombola says Windows Defender became the simplest and least intrusive AV a few years back. Yes.
Yeah.
Basically.
Though the party Pelosi owned CrowdStrike isn't too bad. Yes. CrowdStrike is fucking great. I may or may not run CrowdStrike at my employer.
Yeah.
This is not a confirmation of anything. But we had red teams frequently attempt to circumvent security, and CrowdStrike stopped them every fucking time.
Mhm.
It's fucking great.
The math just doesn't add up. 54% of adults report these things. There's what 200 million adults in the United States. Like,
Yeah.
there's not enough murders. There's not enough murders or self-defense shootings.
No, but it's
or
like they or a
even-
family member. So that like widens
But
the
even
gap
so,
a bit
even
longer.
so, like, there's not enough shootings or deaths for that to even be possible.
Personally threatened, I believe 54% of Americans have been mugged.
Or threatened with or injured, lost a member, firearm violence. Does that mean suicide?
Yes, absolutely.
actually does,
It always
yeah.
means. That's why they say firearm violence.
Yes,
they don't
gun
say
deaths include suicides. Yes.
gun
Firearm
deaths always
violence is
include
suicides.
because they want the deaths to look
Because it's
higher.
the fucking 2/3 of the fucking figure.
Now, if it's funding to figure out why people are using guns,
The cause, yeah. Look,
the cause
maybe-
of them using guns for the self-deletions, then yeah, fine.
Yeah, I think it does make money
It's a
available
roundabout
for-
way to
for
do it,
stuff,
but
yeah.
fine.
I think that'll backfire. No pun intended.
Oh yeah.
NBC Nightly News says NBC News has learned that more than 50 migrants with potential ties to an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network are at large, and their whereabouts are known as
Thanks,
immigration agents look to arrest them. Julia Ainsley investigates new concerns about the vetting process at the border.
Tonight, NBC News has learned more than 50 migrants with potential ties to an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network are at large in America. Many illegally crossed the border and were released into the U.S. by Border Patrol because there was no information suggesting terror ties at the time. Now, their whereabouts are unknown as immigration agents look to arrest them, U.S. officials tell us, saying they're among a group of over 400 migrants DHS identified in the U.S. from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Moldova, Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, and Russia as subjects of concern because they were brought to the U.S. by an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network, something the FBI director warned about earlier this year.
Some of the overseas facilitators of the smuggling network have ISIS ties that we're very concerned about.
ICE has located and arrested over 150 of the 400 migrants so far, with some already deported from the U.S., officials say, adding authorities are not panicking because their ties to ISIS are not certain, but they're prioritizing their arrest out of an abundance of caution.
The problem is the volume of people coming across the southern border, individuals from ISIS and other affiliated groups have recognized it as a weak point in our defense, and they're using this opportunity to try to sneak in.
NBC News was first to report on a similar arrest of an Uzbek man in Baltimore, whose country alerted the U.S. he was affiliated with ISIS. That man, like the others apprehended so far, was arrested on immigration charges, not terrorism-related charges. ISIS-K has claimed responsibility for deadly terror attacks in Russia and Iran in the past year. And recently, the DHS Inspector General sharply criticizing vetting at the U.S. southern border, saying DHS is at risk of admitting dangerous persons into the country or enabling asylum seekers who may pose significant threats to public safety and national security to continue to reside in the United States. 2 senior law enforcement officials told NBC News they are not tracking a terror plot from this group of migrants, but their arrest on immigration charges come out of an abundance of caution. Lester?
So the DHS says the DHS isn't doing the DHS's job. Good job. Fucking idiots. Fucking
love it.
White West Virginia couple forced their adopted black children to work as slaves and live in a barn. A wealthy white West Virginia couple have been accused of forcing their adopted black children to work as slaves and live inside a locked barn.
They're just reenactors.
They're just pre-Civil War reenactors. Donald Ray Lance, 63, and Jennifer K. Whitefeather, 62, of Charleston, West Virginia, pleaded not guilty on Tuesday to multiple charges after their kids were found locked in a dilapidated shed after allegedly laboring on the surrounding farmland. Please tell me they were picking cotton. Kanawha County Circuit Judge Mary Claire Ackers said the couple targeted their 5 kids, aged 16, 14, 11, 9, and 6, because of their race, and were used basically as slaves. Well, you know them black ones, they work hard.
But I don't get it. Why West Virginia? Virginia was the one who was part of the Confederate. West Virginia.
Yeah, they are in Appalachia, man.
They should be on the other side of the shed sat on the grounds of the couple's 5-acre, 3-bedroom, $295,000 Sissonville property. They also owned an 80-acre, $725,000 home in Tonasket, Washington, which they sold after their arrest in October.
They're not poor then. I suppose. How do they afford to buy 5 slaves?
They didn't buy them. They were given to them by the state.
True.
Ooh, this is a more important story. McDonald's boss accidentally reveals fan favorite sandwich is returning. The McRib!
I've never even
It's
had
returning
a McRib.
to America. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
We get the McRib in
boo.
summer. We get the McRib every summer. You guys are fucking plebs. Holy shit, this happened in Atlanta.
And these people is down here in Atlanta being trafficked in the back of a budget truck.
They're being human trafficked. Oh my God.
Some help, hands tied up and shit. I made the call for them. Move their cars before it moves.
Yeah, he was right the first time.
Police have released a statement about the viral footage of people being found in the back of a moving truck. Say there were 2 families moving from Alabama to Maryland. The Gwinnett Police Department has received several inquiries from the media about social media video that shows people riding in the back of a moving truck. The back of the van had 2 families, 8 people in total, including 2 juveniles. They were not tied up or in distress. They appeared healthy and agreed to speak with the officers. The occupants all told officers they were traveling from Alabama to Maryland for a new job opportunity. The trucks also included their personal belongings. The driver of the truck was cited for allowing occupants to ride in the back of the truck without a seatbelt. The occupants were taken to a local business by officers and dropped off so they could find an alternate way to get to Maryland. There's no evidence this time of human trafficking. So, yes, this guy thought it was human trafficking. I mean, it looked like it. I thought it too. I'm like, wow, that's incredible.
Don't blame him.
But yeah,
it looks very
they were just moving house, riding in the back of a truck. So,
yeah, can't do that anymore.
I think that's funny.
That damn Republican fear-mongering, persecuting these poor people.
Antiques Roadshow guest breaks down in tears at 5-figure valuation of artwork she just thrifted for $9.99. My kids say it's ugly. Guess what, lady? Let me introduce you to the concept of a capital gain. Because you bought it for $9 and it's worth 50. How much is it actually worth? Where is it? It's an abstract expressionism movement painting. Blah 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 blah. Retail for $15,000 to $20,000. So you will owe capital gains tax on on almost $20,000. So
yeah,
and unless you hold it for a year, then you get a discount. I think that applies in the US as well.
Really?
I think the
They
US
have
has
capital
a
gains discount?
capital gains discount for holding, or the capital gains discount is just already there. Like it's a separate rate. Penis cancer cases surge across the globe. Doctor reveals how to protect yourself and avoid amputation.
So big, eh?
Oh, I don't know. It's every man's worst nightmare. Penis cancer cases are rising around the world and are expected to surge a staggering 77% in the next 26 years. That's really odd. 26 years. According to an alarming new investigation by the BBC, British news outlet says cases in Germany increased 50% between 1961 and 2012, while the UK has also seen a significant spike.
Yeah, 26 years would make it 2050.
Eric says, cancer of the prick, had it for years. Although developing countries still bear the higher incidence and mortality of penile cancer, the incidence is on the rise in most European countries. Researchers at the Sun Yat-sen University of China declared, following a large-scale analysis involving the latest data from 43 countries. Brazil has the highest rate of penile cancer in the world, trailing only behind Uganda. Doctors believe the low HPV rates are contributing to the rise in case numbers. So it comes from HPV.
Interesting.
So go get your HPV shot unless you want your dick cut off. This is fucking serious news. Ex-NYPD officer admits she shot ex-girlfriend and killed her new lover in love triangle ambush. I think this is all like the Ryu section. Yeah, it is. A former cop pled guilty to killing her ex-girlfriend's new lover and shooting her estranged sweetheart with an NYPD-issued gun. Dude, we had the exact same story here, but it was men. It was a love triangle thing, and the cop killed his new, like the lover and the new boyfriend.
Yeah, that was a fun story.
So Americans are just copying Australians now, but just, gender swapping. And finally tonight, human trials begin for new teeth regeneration drug. The intravenous treatment has worked on ferrets and mice. The trial will test drugs on 30 adult men who are missing at least one molar. If successful, research says drugs could be commercially available by 2030. Tombolo, so the HPV vaccine protects it. So the virus,
so
the
virus
HPV
itself,
HPV causes dick cancer. So I'm sure there's someone out there whose name is Richard Cancer. Literal dick cancer.
Oh yeah.
If successful, researchers said the drug could be commercially available by 2030. As someone who has a couple of missing teeth, this would be amazing. Bad news for the tooth fairy. Humans may be one step closer to regrowing their teeth with the help of a new drug from Japanese researchers. The intravenous treatment suppresses uterine sensitization associated gene 1 protein in the antibody which prevents tooth regrowth. Scientists will conduct the first human trial. The drug worked with no notable side effects on ferrets and mice. That's awesome. So there you go. Teeth might be growing back.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I have one.
Dental industry going to capitalize on all those extractions.
They're going to suppress it. They're going to suppress the the drug. I applied for a Hooters job to honor my dad. I was rejected despite having 3 boob jobs. This is a very, very,
this is
very
very
rogue story. She was double denied. It was another botched boob job. A big-breasted Florida influencer applied for a gig at Hooters to honor her late father, who was a big fan of the chain, but claimed she was denied for sharing saucy snaps online. Oh, this is an ad. God damn it. It's a fucking ad.
Ryu.
It's an ad for their goddamn OnlyFans page. These damn whore advertisements. God damn it. Where's my video? Where's my W fucking whore?
Don't be a fucking whore.
Yes, don't be a fucking whore. That's it.
Something, Nick and
Don't.
whores.
Just
That's
don't.
it.
Do not. Come.
That's the end of the show. Let me get the outro. Thank you as always, everybody, for watching. I'll play the outro and then we'll head off.
Mm-hmm.
So we will probably be back next week. So my son is supposed to be coming up. I do plan on doing the show, but we may have other plans. Like we may impromptu decide to go out for lunch on Sunday. So yes. So as always, chat, thank you for watching. Always. Yes, hit the like button. Thank you, Winning. Yes, hit the thumbs up. I'm sure it does something. And we'll see you next week.
In a place where whiskey flows like rivers wide, lived a man named Nick with a heart full of pride. He'd drink all day, snort all night. His life was a party, his future was bright. Oh, Nick threw the one on the ground, thought he was above the law, speeding round the town with a bottle in his hand and a nose full of wine. He drank through his troubles with a reckless delight. He'd stare at the ceiling with his head held high, a self-proclaimed king with a ball going his wide. But his kingdom was crumbling, his throne was on fire. He ignored the warning signs and his daughter paid the price. Oh, Nick threw the one on the ground, thought he was above the law, speeding round the town with a bottle in his hand and a nose full of wine. He drank through his troubles with a reckless delight. He charmed the ladies with a silver tongue, but they'd leave in the morning when he couldn't come. He'd wake up alone with tears in his eyes, his heart filled with sorrow, for he really loved guys. Oh, Nick threw the one on the ground, thought he was above the law, speeding round the town with a bottle in his hand and a nose full of wine. He drank through his troubles with a reckless delight. He poured out a glass, cleaned the bottle with his tongue, but his bottle was empty, spilled over on the ground. He invited the demon medallion, proudly hung, but his crowd would dwindle as the trials had gone. Oh, Nick threw the one on the ground, thought he was above the law, speeding round the town with a bottle in his hand and a nose full of wine. He drank through his troubles with a reckless delight. Now his story's been told of his rise and his fall, from a king to a shadow, from glory to wall. He threw the warrant on the ground, but it caught up with him one day, and now he's in a cell with nothing to say. So here's to Nick, the wild one, he'll never learn. He's having fun, but when life's a mess and you're alone, remember on your own.